to sack. And we're home to England. Clear the room.
Kings did not just use force to stay in power. They had tricks to keep people loyal, afraid, and too busy to fight back. By controlling what people believed, feared, and focused on, rulers made sure no one questioned who was really in charge, and most never did. In medieval villages, questioning the king's authority was met with immediate backlash. A peasant who wondered why one man ruled over all might receive a swift strike from a priest's staff, a clear reminder that such thoughts were considered blasphemous and a challenge to the divine order. This interaction captured the essence of how medieval kings controlled their populations. The ruler wasn't merely a person wearing elaborate clothing and a crown. He was supposedly chosen by God himself to lead. Throughout the Middle Ages, monarchs built their entire power structure around the divine right concept. This clever manipulation transformed ordinary men into untouchable rulers whose decisions couldn't be questioned without challenging divine will itself. Kings reinforced their authority by claiming divine selection, a notion eagerly supported by church officials. Disobedience wasn't just defying the throne, it was defying the heavens. This belief served as the ultimate protection against rebellion, ensuring that peasants who considered uprising feared not only punishment on earth, but also eternal damnation. What made this trick so effective was its brilliant simplicity. Medieval peasants, deeply religious and largely uneducated, had no way to verify these divine claims. The church, which controlled access to salvation, reinforced these royal assertions at every Sunday sermon. Some particularly crafty kings took the divine charade even further by staging miracles to prove their heavenly selection. One monarch allowed peasants to touch his royal garments, convincing them his clothes had healing powers. During coronation ceremonies, birds might be secretly released at the perfect moment, making it appear that heaven itself was celebrating the new ruler. This manipulation went beyond mere theater. Kings used their divine appointment to justify military campaigns that sent thousands to their deaths and harsh punishments for minor offenses. After all, how could God's chosen representative ever be wrong? What's truly fascinating is how long this trick worked. For nearly 1,000 years, generations of Europeans lived and died, never questioning this basic assumption about their kings. The divine right doctrine remained a cornerstone of European monarchy until the Enlightenment finally challenged it centuries later. One peasant reportedly spent 3 months in a dungeon, suggesting that perhaps God is too busy to care who sits on our throne. When released, he spent years performing extra religious duties to cleanse his sinful thoughts. The true genius of the divine right hoax wasn't just keeping peasants obedient, it turned the oppressed into defenders of their own subjugation. Peasants would silence criticism against the crown, fearing divine punishment if they didn't. Some even reported neighbors for speaking against the monarch, believing they performed a sacred duty. The divine right trick extended well beyond basic governance. Court ceremonies were designed to reinforce the king's special status. The monarch might eat alone while others watched, suggesting even his meals were sacred affairs. Royal bedchambers were treated as holy spaces with elaborate rituals for waking the king that mimicked religious ceremonies. One ruler insisted his feet never touch bare ground, as his body was too sacred for common dirt. Servants carried special cloths to place under his steps whenever he walked outside the castle. Another demanded that subjects avert their eyes when he passed, claiming his divine glow might blind ordinary people. Medieval kings essentially ran history's most successful public relations campaign, convincing millions they had God on speed dial. The manipulation ran even deeper in rural areas, where literacy rates were practically zero. Kings dispatched royal messengers to spread stories of divine visions supporting the monarchy. These tales described angels appearing to common folk, warning of eternal damnation for anyone questioning royal authority. During times of natural disaster, kings skillfully redirected blame. Rather than accepting responsibility for poor preparation or response, they declared these events punishment for the people's insufficient loyalty. This twisted logic meant every hardship actually strengthened royal power rather than weakening it. Some monarchs went so far as to claim they could control the weather, taking credit for sunny days while blaming storms on peasant disobedience. There's one particular drought where a king performed an elaborate ceremony and when rain came 2 weeks later, he was celebrated as having divine influence, despite the suffering that occurred during those 2 weeks. Kings didn't rule through physical force alone. They controlled the minds of their subjects by manipulating their deepest fears and most sacred beliefs. When you convinced medieval peasants that defying you meant defying God, you created control that armies alone could never achieve. But keeping subjects spiritually terrified wasn't the only trick medieval monarchs employed. When divine threats didn't produce enough obedience, rulers discovered that earthly fears worked just as effectively. Dawn breaks over a sleepy medieval town. Before the roosters finish their morning call, the royal crier appears, frantically ringing his bell in the town square. His face shows pure terror as he unfurls a scroll bearing the king's seal. Hear ye! Hear ye! By decree of the king, our scouts have spotted barbarian forces approaching from the east. All able men must contribute to strengthen our defenses. The king requires additional resources to protect us all. The townspeople exchange worried glances. Again, this marks the third imminent attack this year, yet no barbarians have ever materialized. Still, fear spreads quickly through the crowd as mothers clutch their children and merchants hurry to secure their goods. Medieval kings mastered this second manipulative trick, manufacturing fear of outside threats to maintain control over their populations. Whether it was Vikings, Mongols, rival kingdoms, or completely fabricated enemies, nothing united people behind a ruler quite like shared terror. What made this tactic particularly effective was how difficult it was to verify these claims. The average medieval peasant never traveled more than 10 miles from their birthplace throughout their entire life. Their knowledge of the world beyond their village came exclusively from authorities they were conditioned to trust. If the king's messenger claimed barbarians waited just beyond the horizon, who could prove otherwise? The fear tactic served multiple purposes. First, it justified increased resource extraction from an already impoverished population. Towns would surrender food reserves, building materials, and precious metals to fund defenses against enemies that often existed only in royal proclamations. There's one ruler who warned of an invasion force sailing from across the sea. The emergency defense tax collected enough resources to build 3 new castles, all conveniently located on royal lands, far from any coastline actually vulnerable to attack. When the invasion never materialized, the king simply claimed his military preparations had successfully deterred the enemy. These convenient royal victories against invisible enemies might be history's earliest example of solving problems that never actually existed. Second, manufactured fear distracts from domestic problems. When harvests failed or disease spread through villages, rulers would rather blame foreign saboteurs than address their own governance failures. By redirecting anger toward outsiders, kings prevented peasants from questioning those truly responsible for their suffering. Archaeological evidence from medieval settlements reveals fascinating insights into this manipulation. Town walls often faced unnecessary expansion and reinforcement during periods when historical records show no actual military threats existed. These construction projects served primarily as visible symbols of the supposed danger lurking beyond, and as public works projects that kept the population busy and focused on external threats rather than internal grievances. The fear tactic worked because it tapped into the basic human need for protection. Medieval life carried enough real dangers without imaginary ones: disease, famine, harsh winters. Kings positioned themselves as the only barrier between their subjects and certain doom, making obedience seem not just necessary, but desirable. Medieval rulers became experts at defending their kingdoms against enemy armies that conveniently never seemed to arrive. Most effective was how this trick created self-perpetuating loyalty. The more a population feared outside threats, the more they depended on their ruler for safety, regardless of whether the danger was real. Medieval chronicles describe entire villages performing gratitude ceremonies for kings who protected them from invasions that never occurred. One fascinating account from a medieval monk describes how a rural community spent 15 years building elaborate defenses against a supposedly savage tribe from the mountains. The defensive fortifications were never tested because the tribe didn't exist, yet the community celebrated their king annually for keeping them safe from this imaginary threat. Researchers estimate that as much as 20% of medieval castle construction served no practical defensive purpose, instead functioning primarily as visible symbols of threat and protection. These unnecessary fortifications consumed enormous resources that could have improved living conditions for common people. While divine authority convinced medieval people that questioning the king was blasphemy, manufactured fear made them believe loyalty to the crown was their only path to survival. Together, these two tricks created subjects who were both spiritually and physically dependent on their rulers. But kings understood that constant terror would eventually wear thin. Sometimes a different approach was needed. Kings understood something very important about their people. A well-fed, entertained peasant was less likely to pick up a pitchfork and start asking questions. When life was nothing but backbreaking labor, heavy taxes, and the occasional famine, people needed something to distract them. And that is where festivals came in. At first glance, these celebrations seemed like generous gifts from the crown. Days filled with feasts, music, and games, a break from the grinding misery of daily life. But festivals were more than just fun. They were carefully planned tools of control, ensuring that the peasants remained obedient while thinking they were being rewarded. Give people just enough joy to keep them from realizing how miserable they are. A strategy so effective, even modern workplaces still use it. One of the most effective distractions was the sheer amount of drinking involved. Ale flowed freely, sometimes even provided by the ruling class. Peasants drank until their problems felt far away, conveniently forgetting that those problems would still be waiting when the festival ended. It was a simple formula. Taxes took their money, festivals took their sobriety, and by the time they recovered, they were too exhausted to rebel. Competitions were another essential part of these events. Archery contests, wrestling matches, and games of skill gave commoners a rare chance to prove themselves. The reward? Sometimes it was a prize, but more often it was just the thrill of victory. And that thrill kept people invested in the system. If a peasant won a contest and was praised by the local lord, it created the illusion that status was flexible, that talent, not birth, determined one's place. Of course, the moment the festival ended, that same peasant went right back to working the fields. But for a brief moment, they could pretend they mattered. Entertainment was just as important as food and drink. Minstrels, jesters, and performers filled the streets, keeping people occupied with music and comedy. Some of the jokes even made fun of the nobility, but only in ways that were safe. A king might allow a fool to joke about his bad breath, but not about his bad policies. Mocking the ruler's fashion choices? Hilarious. Mocking his tax policies? Treason. Then there were the tournaments. While peasants enjoyed their drinking contests and simple games, knights clashed in grand battles, putting on a spectacular show. These tournaments reinforced the idea that war was noble, that knights were heroes, and that the entire feudal system was a natural order. The reality? Most knights were just well-paid enforcers for the crown, but as long as the peasants were dazzled by the sight of armored warriors clashing in the arena, they did not stop to think about who those warriors actually served. Of course, not all festivals were about joy. Some had a darker purpose, public executions disguised as entertainment. A criminal or a political opponent conveniently labeled as one would be brought before the crowd, and the people were encouraged to cheer as justice was served. These events reinforced royal authority, reminding everyone what happened to those who stepped out of line. It was the medieval equivalent of a public service announcement: crime does not pay. But watching the punishment, that's free. Kings also knew how to use festivals to manipulate emotions. If taxes had been raised recently, a festival was the perfect way to keep people from complaining too much. If a war had gone badly, a grand celebration could turn attention away from the losses and focus on glorious sacrifice. And if the harvest had been terrible, well, at least there was still ale. These events served another purpose as well, draining the peasants' energy. After days of feasting and celebrating, people were too tired, too hungover, or too distracted to think about rebellion. By the time they returned to their daily routines, they had lost whatever anger or frustration they might have had. It was a cycle that repeated year after year, keeping society stable, at least from the king's perspective. And when festivals were not enough, the rulers had other tricks. The most reliable trick of all, keeping them too broke to complain. The medieval peasant did not need to wonder where their money was going. They already knew. It was going straight into the pockets of the king, the nobles, and anyone else who decided they deserved a cut. The tax system was not just unfair, It was a masterpiece of never-ending payments, ensuring that peasants could never truly get ahead. And just when people thought they had paid their dues, another tax appeared, as if by magic. A magic trick so good it is still being performed today. Everything had a price. There was a tax for farming the land, a tax for using the mill, a tax for getting married, and even a tax for simply existing. If someone owned a cow, they paid a tax. If they had a chimney, they paid a tax. If they breathed too confidently, they probably paid a tax for that too. The idea was simple. No matter how hard peasants worked, they would never have enough to challenge the system. The worst part? The rules could change at any moment. A peasant might scrape together just enough to survive, only to wake up and find that a new tax had been invented overnight. Maybe the king needed more gold for a war, or a noble had decided that walking on a certain road should cost extra. It was a lot like playing a game where the rules change every 5 minutes, and the only guaranteed outcome is losing. Wars were one of the best excuses for raising taxes. If a king wanted to invade a neighboring land, he could not just ask politely for money, he had to take it. So he declared a war tax, claiming it was necessary for protection. Even when the war ended, the tax often did not. Because what ruler would ever turn down free money? Some taxes lasted for generations, long after the original reason for them had been forgotten. The church was no stranger to this system either. Tithes were required. 1/10 of a peasant's earnings went straight to the church. In theory, this money helped the poor, but in reality, much of it ended up funding massive cathedrals and ensuring that church leaders lived comfortably. It was a perfect setup. Pay now and maybe receive blessings later. Maybe, but if a peasant somehow managed to avoid these taxes, that was considered a crime. Tax evasion was not just frowned upon, it could mean severe punishment. Lords sent tax collectors to enforce payments, and those who could not pay faced brutal consequences. If they were lucky, they only lost their livestock. If they were unlucky, they lost their freedom. Debt in medieval times was not a financial inconvenience. It was a direct path to becoming a servant for life. And for those who thought they could avoid the system by hiding their earnings, there were always informants. Some rulers encouraged people to report their neighbors for tax evasion in exchange for rewards. This meant that peasants could not even trust each other, as anyone could be tempted to turn them in. There is nothing like forced betrayal to keep a population too busy watching each other to unite against their real problem. One of the most ridiculous taxes in history was the window tax. In certain places, people were taxed based on the number of windows in their homes. The logic? More windows meant more wealth. The result? People started sealing up their windows to avoid paying. If medieval tax policies had continued, fresh air might have ended up as a luxury. Even after death, the payments did not stop. Some rulers charged inheritance taxes, ensuring that families could not even pass down what little they had without giving a portion to the crown. Dying was not an escape. It was just another taxable event. This system guaranteed that power remained exactly where it was. The nobility lived in luxury, the church maintained its influence, and the peasants continued to struggle. The endless cycle of payments kept people trapped in survival mode, too busy working to ever challenge the system. But money alone was not enough to keep everyone in line. The kings needed another trick. A king could not tax his people into the ground all at once. That would cause problems. A desperate peasant might accept their suffering, but a peasant with nothing left to lose was dangerous. That is why medieval rulers mastered the art of fake generosity, lowering taxes just enough to make people grateful before raising them again when no one was paying attention. A strategy so effective it still works in modern pricing tricks. Raise the cost of something, then lower it slightly and call it a discount. It started with overtaxing. The king declared an emergency, usually a war, a famine, or some vague national crisis, and raised taxes to extreme levels. The people had no choice but to pay. They grumbled, but they paid. Then, when the timing was right, the king made a grand announcement: taxes were being reduced. Suddenly, the same people who had been suffering under heavy taxation were cheering for their ruler. It was a trick that worked every time. Take too much, then give back a little, and people will thank you as if you have done them a favor. This method worked best when people had short memories. A ruler could double taxes, wait until rebellion seemed possible, then mercifully cut them down by half. The peasants, relieved, would accept their situation, forgetting that they were still paying more than they had before. It was like someone stealing 10 coins from you, then returning 3 and expecting you to be grateful for it. The nobility also played this game. Lords would raise the fees peasants owed for using mills, roads, or markets. When the backlash was strong, they would reduce them slightly and act as if they had done a great service. This kept people under control, ensuring that they believed their rulers were fair and reasonable. Meanwhile, the only real change was that the peasants' pockets were still empty, just slightly slower than before. One of the most common times kings used this trick was during wartime. A war tax was introduced, justified by the need to defend the kingdom. People paid because they had no choice. But long after the war ended, the tax remained. Then, years later, the king would finally announce that he was lowering it, presenting himself as a generous leader. Of course, by then the original tax had already made him richer than the war itself ever could. But war was not the only excuse. Some rulers introduced temporary taxes that somehow became permanent. The infamous ship tax in some places was supposed to fund the navy, but even when there were no ships to build, the tax remained. Another example was the bridge tax, meant to pay for the construction of new crossings over rivers. Decades after the bridges were built, people were still paying. At that point, they were not funding bridges. They were just funding the king's latest castle. Religious institutions were not above using the same strategy. Churches imposed tithes, claiming they were necessary to support the poor, maintain religious buildings, and serve the people. Then, when complaints grew too loud, they reduced the tithe slightly and preached gratitude. Meanwhile, the wealth of the church only grew, proving that generosity, when properly managed, could be a very profitable business. Some kings even timed their generosity with political moves. When they needed support from their people, they would lower taxes briefly, winning public favor. Once the crisis passed, the taxes quietly returned to their original levels, if not higher. It was an old trick. Be generous when people are watching, and be greedy when they are not. For those who failed to pay, the consequences were always severe. Whether the tax was high or low, skipping payments was treated as a crime. A peasant who could not pay a debt often lost everything, from their land to their freedom. Some were forced into labor, while others had their property seized. A few even ended up imprisoned or worse. For something as simple as failing to hand over enough coins, a person could go from farmer to criminal overnight. This cycle of taxation ensured that power remained firmly in the hands of the ruling class. No matter how much money was taken, people were always made to believe they were getting a fair deal. The king's generosity was an illusion, carefully crafted to keep peasants from ever realizing just how much they were being taken advantage of. But taxes and fake generosity were only part of the strategy. The real key to maintaining power was controlling something else. Medieval kings understood that knowledge was dangerous, so they made sure it stayed in the hands of those who served them. Keeping peasants illiterate was not just a side effect of their difficult lives, it was a deliberate strategy. Because a peasant who could not read could not question, and a peasant who could not question was as harmless as a well-fed pig. Reading and writing were skills reserved for the nobility, the clergy, and a few select officials. Peasants had no access to books, no schools, and no real way to learn. In some cases, it was even illegal for commoners to be educated. The reasoning was simple. If people could read, they might start asking why the king had so much while they had so little. And that was a question no ruler wanted to answer. Laws were intentionally written in ways the common folk could not understand. Royal decrees were issued in Latin or French, languages spoken only by the upper class. Even local laws, which affected peasants the most, were kept confusing and vague. If someone was accused of breaking the law, they had to rely on a noble or a priest to explain it. And let's be honest, that explanation probably included the words, "pay a fine" or "off to the dungeon with you." Books were not just rare, they were locked away. Some were literally chained to church walls, ensuring that only priests or high-ranking officials could read them. And when books were copied by hand, since the printing press had not been invented yet, they were expensive, making them impossible for ordinary people to own. If a peasant somehow got hold of a book, it was probably by accident, and they would likely trade it for something more useful, like food or firewood. Churches played a big role in keeping knowledge restricted. Since most education came from religious institutions, priests controlled what was taught. And what was taught? Obedience, morality, and the idea that suffering in this life would lead to rewards in the next. Peasants were encouraged to accept their place and trust that their hardships were part of a divine plan. Meanwhile, the priests themselves had libraries filled with books that contained ideas too dangerous for the common folk. Even when someone managed to learn how to read, there was little they could do with that skill. Writing materials were expensive, and there were hardly any books available for them. Information was passed down orally, but that also made it easy for rulers to control the narrative. Peasants only knew what their lords and priests wanted them to know. And if the truth got a little adjusted along the way, well, who was going to argue? One of the most effective ways to keep people ignorant was by limiting their access to news from other regions. Travel was difficult, and without literacy, people could not read about events in distant lands. If another kingdom overthrew its king or fought back against unfair taxation, that information never reached the villages. Kings did not need to silence rebellious ideas if those ideas never arrived in the first place. Even the nobility had to be careful with knowledge. A well-educated noble might start questioning the king's authority, and that could lead to dangerous thoughts. Some rulers restricted education even among the wealthy, ensuring that only the most loyal subjects had access to books and advanced learning. A noble who read too much might start thinking, and a noble who thought too much might start plotting. Illiteracy ensured that power remained exactly where the king wanted it. Peasants could not write complaints, spread rebellious ideas, or even understand the laws that controlled them. They relied on those in power to interpret everything for them, making it easy to manipulate and deceive them. And if a peasant did somehow manage to challenge the system, well, that is where the church came in handy again. Anyone who questioned authority too much could be accused of heresy, a crime that had no real defense. If the choice was between ignorance and a public burning, most people wisely chose ignorance, but illiteracy alone was not enough. Kings had another trick to keep people under control. Village gatherings in medieval times weren't always festive affairs. Often, they were mandatory oath-taking ceremonies where peasants lined up one by one to swear undying loyalty to their king. The scene would unfold with solemn pageantry, royal banners fluttering in the wind, stern-faced guards watching closely, and nervous peasants shuffling forward to place their hands on religious relics. "Repeat after me," a royal official would command. "I swear by all that is holy to serve my king faithfully until death, to obey all commands without question, and to report any treasonous talk I may hear." What made these oath ceremonies particularly manipulative was that most peasants couldn't read or understand the complex legal language being used. They were effectively signing a blank contract with their words. The oaths were deliberately written with vague, open-ended terms that could be interpreted however the king wished at a later date. These medieval kings were essentially getting peasants to sign the world's worst terms of service agreement, except instead of giving away your data, you were giving away your life. Some rural communities underwent mandatory oath renewals as often as 4 times a year. Each ceremony reinforced the king's authority and reminded subjects of their binding promises. Many kings timed these ceremonies to coincide with religious festivals, blending sacred and royal authority in the minds of participants. What made this system truly insidious was the severe punishment for breaking these forced oaths. Medieval law codes treated oath-breaking as one of the most serious crimes possible, worse than theft and sometimes even murder. The reasoning was straightforward. A thief only took property, but an oath-breaker undermined the entire social order. Archaeological evidence from medieval execution sites reveals that a surprising number of people were put to death specifically for oath violations. In one excavated burial ground, researchers found that approximately 25% of executed individuals had been convicted of betraying sworn fealty, making it the second most common capital crime after murder. The penalties for breaking oaths varied by region, but were universally harsh. Common punishments included public execution, often by hanging or beheading exile, which effectively meant a death sentence in a world where strangers were deeply mistrusted, confiscation of all property and lands, imprisonment in the castle, dungeons, mutilation, such as cutting off hands that had been raised during the oath. Medieval kings basically invented the terms and conditions may change at any time policy, except the penalty for violation wasn't just losing your account, it was losing your head. Perhaps the most twisted aspect of this system was its one-sided nature. While peasants faced death for breaking their forced oaths, historical facts reveal numerous instances of kings brazenly violating their own coronation oaths with zero consequences. Kings routinely promised to protect their subjects, maintain traditional rights, and rule justly, then proceeded to do exactly the opposite whenever convenient. One particularly revealing medieval court document describes a peasant who was executed for refusing to fight in a war he had technically sworn to support. At his trial, he pointed out that the king had previously sworn not to declare war without just cause and proper consultation. The judge ruled that determining just cause was the king's sole right, and the peasant was hanged the next day. The psychological impact of these forced loyalty schemes was profound. Medieval subjects lived with the constant anxiety that they might accidentally violate some aspect of their oath. This created a population that overcompensated with displays of loyalty and reported even minor complaints against the crown, anything to avoid being labeled an oath breaker. Historians have discovered that many rural villages appointed oath keepers, local officials whose job was to remind people of their sworn obligations and report any violations. These individuals became the king's eyes and ears in remote communities, turning neighbors against each other through institutionalized surveillance. The oath system was particularly effective because it exploited medieval people's deeply held religious beliefs. Swearing on holy relics or sacred texts meant invoking divine punishment for breaking one's word. Kings cleverly positioned themselves not just as the earthly enforcer of oaths, but as the representative of God's will on earth. This forced loyalty scheme created a perfect trap. Refuse to swear the oath and face immediate punishment, or swear it and live under its constant threat. Either way, the king maintained control over a population bound by words they often didn't fully understand but couldn't escape. But sometimes even the most carefully designed system of control through oaths wasn't enough. When kings needed to make examples of those who stepped out of line, they turned to an even more sinister approach. Two men stand before the king's court, both accused of the same crime, stealing a loaf of bread. The first man wears tattered clothes, his hands calloused from farm work. The second wears fine garments, a noble's ring glinting on his finger. For the crime of theft, declares the judge, the peasant shall lose his right hand and spend 5 years in the dungeon. Turning to the nobleman, the judge's tone softens. For your misunderstanding, a fine of 2 silver coins should settle the matter. This wasn't some rare miscarriage of justice in medieval times. It was the system working exactly as designed. Medieval kings mastered the art of selective punishment, creating 2 entirely different legal worlds: harsh justice for the powerless and gentle mercy for the powerful. Medieval law codes explicitly outlined different punishments based on social class. In many kingdoms, the exact same crime carried penalties that varied dramatically depending on who committed it. A survey of 13th century criminal cases shows that nobles convicted of serious crimes paid fines in 85% of cases, while commoners convicted of identical offenses faced corporal punishment or execution 90% of the time. This wasn't accidental. It was a codified policy. Medieval justice operated like a restaurant with 2 menus: the peasant menu, where every dish costs an arm and a leg, sometimes literally, and the noble menu, where everything costs pocket change. The selective punishment system served multiple purposes. First, it reinforced social hierarchy by making the consequences of breaking rules fundamentally different for each class. Nobles learned they could get away with nearly anything, while peasants learned that even minor infractions could destroy their lives. Second, it created a powerful incentive for peasants to accept unfair treatment rather than seek justice. When challenging a noble meant facing a biased court system, most commoners simply endured abuse rather than risk punishment themselves. One of the clearest examples of this manipulation was the medieval forest law system. In many kingdoms, hunting in royal forests was forbidden to commoners but permitted for nobles. A hungry peasant catching a rabbit to feed his family could face execution, while nobles hosted elaborate hunting parties in the same forest with the king's blessing. Over 400 peasants were executed for forest law violations over a 50-year period in just one county. During the same period, 0 nobles faced execution for identical offenses. When caught, nobles typically paid nominal fines or received formal warnings. The king's forest was basically medieval Europe's most deadly petting zoo, at least if you were poor. The absurdity of selective punishment extended to all aspects of life. A nobleman who killed a commoner might pay a small fine called vergild, essentially a murder fee, while a commoner who accidentally injured a nobleman could face torture or execution. Medieval law literally put a price on human life, with nobles valued as much as 30 times higher than peasants. Even speaking carried different risks depending on social status. Court transcripts show cases where peasants were severely punished for disrespectful language, while nobles routinely used the same words without consequence. What made the system particularly effective was how openly it operated. Kings didn't hide the double standard. They celebrated it as proper and natural. Royal proclamations and church teachings reinforced the message that different classes deserved different treatment, making injustice seem like divine order. The psychological impact was profound. Peasants internalized the idea that they deserved harsh punishment, while nobles came to view leniency as their birthright. This created a society where the oppressed often defended the very system that oppressed them. For medieval kings, justice wasn't blind. It was carefully calibrated to maintain power. While forced oaths bound peasants to obedience through sacred promises, selective punishment ensured that breaking those oaths carried consequences only for those without power or connections. But medieval kings understood that controlling people required more than just punishment. Sometimes the most effective manipulation involved giving peasants the illusion of choice while ensuring the outcome was predetermined. This led to perhaps the most psychologically sophisticated royal trick of all. Have you ever felt like your choices aren't really choices at all? Medieval peasants certainly understood that feeling. Welcome to one of history's most clever manipulations, the fake choice trick. Picture a village square filled with anxious peasants. The king's messenger announces wonderful news. His Majesty, in his infinite wisdom, will allow you to select your next tax collector. Your choices are the duke's cousin, the baron's son, or the king's nephew. The crowd murmurs with confusion. Is this really a choice at all? Medieval kings mastered the art of offering carefully constructed choices that created the illusion of freedom while ensuring outcomes already decided by the crown. This psychological manipulation was remarkably effective at making peasants feel invested in decisions they had no real power to influence. Court documents from medieval Europe reveal numerous examples of these sham elections and consultations. A 14th century French province describes a town election where peasants could vote for one of 3 candidates, all of whom were related to the royal treasurer and committed to implementing the same tax increase. Medieval democracy was like being asked if you wanted to be executed by sword, axe, or arrow. Technically a choice, but none of the options involved staying alive. The fake choice trick took many forms. Sometimes kings would allow villages to select their local officials from a pre-approved list of nobles loyal to the crown. Other times, they would consult with peasant representatives about new laws, after those laws had already been written and sealed with the royal stamp. Historical evidence suggests this manipulation was shockingly effective. Town meetings show that peasants often vigorously debated these false choices, fighting passionately over which pre-selected noble would rule them or which method of taxation would drain their resources. One medieval chronicle describes a village that spent 3 days in heated argument over which of the king's 2 cousins should become their new lord, unaware that both candidates had already agreed to implement identical policies that would double the village's tribute to the crown. The psychological power of fake choices comes from a simple truth about human nature. People who believe they've participated in a decision feel more invested in the outcome, even when their participation was meaningless. Medieval kings exploited this principle masterfully. By giving peasants the appearance of input without the substance, they created subjects who felt personally responsible for decisions that had been made for them. This false sense of agency made resistance less likely and compliance more willing. These kings were running a political magic show where peasants thought they picked the card, but the deck was stacked the whole time. One clever monarch reveals a systematic approach to fake choices. When introducing a new tax, royal officials would present 3 options to village elders: a very high tax, an impossibly high tax, or a moderately high tax. When the elders inevitably chose the reasonable option, they would return to their villages feeling they had secured a victory, unaware that the moderate rate was exactly what the king had planned to collect all along. Archaeological evidence adds another dimension to our understanding of this manipulation. Excavations of medieval village meeting halls have uncovered voting tokens and rudimentary ballot boxes, suggesting elaborate performances of democracy in communities that had no real political power. These artifacts reveal the extent to which kings invested in maintaining the illusion of choice. The fake choice trick extended beyond politics into justice and daily life. Accused criminals might be offered the choice between confession with a lighter sentence or maintaining innocence and facing torture, a choice designed to extract confessions regardless of guilt. Village disputes would be settled by neutral judges who happened to be appointed by and loyal to the local lord. What made this manipulation particularly effective was how it co-opted natural leaders. Kings would identify influential peasants and give them minor roles in the decision-making theater, effectively turning potential resistance leaders into unwitting agents of the very system that oppressed them. While selective punishment created fear through unequal justice, the fake choice trick worked by manufacturing consent. Together, these two tactics ensured that medieval kings maintained control not just through force, but through sophisticated psychological manipulation that remains relevant even today. But sometimes, even fake choices weren't enough to prevent new ideas from threatening the established order. Kings needed a more fundamental method to suppress dangerous thinking that might lead to real change. A peasant stands nervously before the village council, holding a crude wooden model of his invention, a modified plow that could till twice the land in half the time. Instead of excitement, his innovation is met with suspicious glares and whispered accusations of witchcraft. By sunset, his workshop had been searched, his prototype destroyed, and his family warned about the dangers of unnatural thinking. This scene played out countless times across medieval Europe, reflecting the final and perhaps most fundamental trick medieval kings used to control their populations, systematically suppressing innovation and change. Medieval rulers understood that new ideas threatened the established order. A society that embraced change might question why kings ruled in the first place. The solution? Create a culture where innovation was not just discouraged, but actively feared. Historical facts reveal how thoroughly this anti-innovation mindset was embedded in medieval society. Court documents from the period show that people who introduced new farming techniques, unfamiliar tools, or foreign concepts faced serious accusations ranging from heresy to witchcraft. One rural inventor who designed an improved water wheel was fined for attempting to interfere with God's established order of labor. The kings had a simple philosophy about new ideas. If it wasn't done in grandfather's time, it probably deserved a stint in the dungeon. Kings enforced this fear of change through multiple channels. Religious authorities taught that God had established the proper way to do everything, and deviation was sinful pride. Legal codes imposed harsh penalties for abandoning traditional methods. Social pressure made innovators into outcasts, with neighbors shunning anyone who seemed too clever for their own good. The suppression extended beyond technology to social ideas. Historical accounts describe villagers being punished for suggesting alternative ways to organize harvest labor or distribute communal resources. One medieval chronicle mentions a farmer who proposed rotating village leadership positions instead of having hereditary village elders. He was publicly flogged for promoting dangerous foreign notions. Perhaps the most revealing evidence comes from sumptuary laws, strict regulations controlling what different social classes could wear, eat, and own. These laws went beyond mere displays of wealth. They criminalized any attempt by lower classes to adopt the customs, speech patterns, or knowledge associated with their betters. Peasants caught wearing clothes above their station could face harsher punishment than one caught stealing food. A remarkable case from the 15th century describes a merchant fined an entire year's profit for using certain phrases considered noble speech in public documents. While nobles called it maintaining tradition, peasants called it the original dress code violation, with penalties slightly worse than detention, more like detention for life. The psychological impact of this systematic suppression was profound. Medieval communities developed a deep-seated conservatism where people automatically rejected unfamiliar ideas without consideration. Innovation became associated with danger, punishment, and social rejection, a connection that served royal interests perfectly. What made this manipulation particularly effective was how it became self-enforcing. Kings didn't need to personally suppress every new idea. They created a culture where communities policed themselves, with ordinary people shutting down innovation before it could spread. By making change itself the enemy, medieval kings protected their power from the greatest threat of all, the possibility that people might imagine a different way to live. While fake choices controlled present decisions, the fear of change ensured the future would remain safely under royal control. These 10 manipulative tricks created a system of control more durable than any castle wall. They show that medieval kings understood something crucial about power. Controlling what people believe is far more effective than controlling what they do. Medieval soldiers didn't just appear out of nowhere. Behind every army was a system built to find and shape fighters from the ground up. It was tough, strict, and nothing like what most people picture today. Let's step into the world that built them from the ground up. While modern kids dream of becoming astronauts or YouTube stars, medieval boys rarely had such luxury of choice. Most future soldiers didn't daydream about becoming knights. They were straight up told that's what they'd be. No career counseling, no options, just here's your wooden sword, don't poke your eye out. The path to knighthood began shockingly early. By age 7, yes, 7 when most kids today are still figuring out multiplication tables, boys were sent away to become squires. These weren't your typical chores like taking out trash or feeding the dog. Their daily tasks included cleaning heavy metal armor until it shined, feeding massive war horses that could easily stomp them flat, and serving as living practice dummies for older trainees. These poor kids were basically living combat mannequins, learning the art of how not to die before they even understood what dying meant. Bedtime stories? Forget those fairy tales. These boys got bedtime combat drills instead. Lessons about vulnerable body parts and how to protect them replaced gentle stories about magical creatures. Historical records show that some squires could recite 50 different sword techniques before they could even write their own names. Their education was relentlessly practical. While they did learn to read, it wasn't so they could enjoy poetry, it was to memorize battle commands and military strategies. Math wasn't taught for intellectual development, but for calculating supplies, siege angles, and the depressing odds of survival. One particularly amusing fact: some young squires wore special wooden collars during meals to force proper posture. Nothing says enjoyable childhood like choking on bread because you slouched. These boys essentially grew up with weapons instead of toys, forming calluses before their voices deepened. Their childhood games weren't tag, but exercises in survival and combat readiness. They learned to endure pain, follow orders, and prepare for a life that would demand absolute loyalty and sacrifice. The transformation from child to warrior began early, a harsh reality that shaped not just individuals, but the entire medieval world. As these young boys grew stronger and more skilled, the real challenges of becoming a true medieval soldier were only just beginning. After those early years of squire duties came the real test: full combat training. This wasn't your average workout. This was suffering with a purpose. Morning routines began before sunrise with running drills while wearing chainmail. A full set of chainmail could weigh up to 60 pounds, like carrying a third grader on your shoulders while trying to sprint. Soldiers didn't need alarm clocks. The screaming of their leg muscles did the job just fine. Sword practice dominated most of the day. Records from medieval training camps show that soldiers would perform the same strike hundreds of times daily until their movements became automatic. Your arm might feel like it was falling off, but precision wasn't optional. It was the difference between coming home on your horse or being carried home on your shield. Weather didn't stop training. Rain turned practice fields into mud pits. Snow numbed fingers until holding a weapon became its own challenge. Heat made armor feel like personal cooking pots. One historical account from a 13th century training master noted that men who complain of conditions will find battle conditions considerably less comfortable. Wrestling formed another brutal cornerstone of combat preparation. Soldiers learned to grapple, throw, and pin opponents, skills that could save their lives if they lost their weapons in battle. These wrestling matches often drew crowds of off-duty soldiers who placed bets on the outcomes, turning pain into entertainment. Food during training was basic but plentiful. Armies understood hungry soldiers couldn't train effectively. A typical daily ration included 2 pounds of bread, half a pound of meat or fish, and watered-down wine or ale. The diet was designed to build strength, not finesse. Medieval soldiers didn't worry about counting calories. They worried about counting how many hits they could take before falling over. Sleep came quickly for exhausted trainees, often on straw mattresses and shared quarters where snoring competitions rivaled the day's combat drills in intensity. The physical training shaped their bodies, but battles required more than just muscle. A soldier also needed to master the mental challenges of warfare. Contrary to popular belief, medieval battles weren't just chaotic brawls where everyone swung weapons until one side ran away. They were chaotic brawls with a plan. The mental aspect of warfare was just as important as physical strength, though admittedly less impressive at parties. Soldiers spent hours memorizing battlefield signals. Trumpets, drums, and flags all conveyed specific commands that needed to be understood instantly. A single missed horn blast could mean charging when you should retreat, a mistake few made twice. Medieval commanders had to invent dozens of signals because run for your lives needed at least 15 different variations. Formations were critical to survival. The shield wall, where soldiers locked their shields together to create a nearly impenetrable barrier, required perfect coordination. One soldier stopping to fix his hair could collapse the entire wall and get everyone killed. Medieval history's earliest recorded teamwork exercise. This explains why stay in formation was yelled more often than actual battle cries. Documents from the 14th century reveal that some armies practiced forming and reforming ranks up to 20 times a day. The discipline required was enormous, especially when arrows were flying overhead and the natural instinct was to duck, run, or both. Silent communication became essential too. Hand gestures allowed soldiers to coordinate without alerting enemies to their movements. A medieval military manual from 1326 listed 42 different hand signals for common battlefield actions. These included signals for enemy archers ahead, cavalry approaching, and the commander has terrible breath, but don't mention it. For cavalry, the mental challenges multiplied. Riders needed to control their horses while wielding weapons and staying in formation. Studies of cavalry training schedules show that riders spent 3 times as many hours on coordination drills as they did on actual weapon practice. Horses didn't care about battle plans or glory. They just wanted to know why humans insisted on running toward the scary metal things instead of away from them. More than one battle was decided when horses made the sensible decision to retreat without asking permission. Perhaps most impressive was the mental fortitude required to march into battle knowing the odds of survival. Records indicate that in some major battles, up to 50% of frontline infantry didn't survive their first encounter. Basically, medieval battle plans boiled down to, half of you won't make it, but we're pretty sure which half, so stand over there. While these mental aspects were drilled into career soldiers, those recruited from villages had a much steeper learning curve. Finding these new recruits required its own special set of skills. Medieval recruitment wasn't exactly a career fair with free pens and promises of dental coverage. The town crier method was perhaps the most straightforward. A royal representative would show up in the village square and announce that the king needed fighters. These announcements typically featured exciting phrases like mandatory service and refusal punishable by hanging. Nothing motivates potential recruits like the perfect blend of patriotism and thinly veiled threats. Contrary to romantic tales of volunteers rushing to defend their homeland, many medieval armies relied heavily on forced recruitment. Records from the 100 Years' War show that English kings often demanded each county provide a specific number of able-bodied men. Village elders then had the unpleasant task of deciding which young men would be sent off. The selection criteria often boiled down to, who can we most afford to lose from the harvest? For those who couldn't be convinced through patriotic speeches or direct threats, there was always bribery. A 14th century French recruitment ledger shows payments ranging from 3 months' wages up front to promises of land after service. Many took these offers simply because they beat starvation. Medieval recruitment slogans might as well have been, "Join the army. You might die, but at least it won't be from hunger." Prison recruitment drives provided another source of cannon fodder. convicts were often given the choice between rotting in dungeons or taking their chances on the battlefield. Many chose the latter, reasoning that arrows at least killed you faster than prison diseases. Military historians estimate that in some campaigns, up to 20% of forces consisted of former prisoners, proving that second chances sometimes came with extremely sharp strings attached. The most desperate times called for the most desperate measures: impressment. This fancy term meant grabbing men off streets or from taverns and forcing them into service. An account from 1346 describes 50 men being taken from London markets in a single day, still holding the vegetables they'd been buying. These freshly gathered troops, whether willing or unwilling, now faced the daunting task of transforming from ordinary peasants into something resembling soldiers. The leap from farmer to fighter wasn't exactly smooth. One day you're worrying about crop rotation, the next you're being told to stab the man running towards you with an axe. The transition period was brief, brutal, and often fatal. Training for these reluctant recruits was nothing like the years-long education received by knights. Many peasant soldiers got a crash course that lasted mere weeks, sometimes just days, if battle loomed. An analysis of training records from the Battle of Agincourt shows some English archers received only 4 days of instruction before facing the French. 4 days to learn archery is like having 4 minutes to learn brain surgery, except the patient is trying to kill you. Equipment distribution came with its own challenges. Armor was handed out based on your importance to the battle plan, not your size. Too small? Tough luck. Too big? Stuff it with hay. Records from the 1415 English campaign in France show that 30% of infantry complained their helmets blocked their vision, a problem that solved itself when many of them didn't survive long enough to file a second complaint. The brief training focused on absolute essentials. First, how not to accidentally kill the guy standing next to you. Second, how to follow basic commands. And third, how to look intimidating while secretly wondering how you got yourself into this mess. Newly recruited soldiers learned to march in formation by having sergeants whack their legs with sticks when they stepped out of line, a teaching method yet to be embraced by modern educational systems. Some armies used a unique training approach where recruits first practiced with wooden weapons. A Venetian military document from 1321 explains this wasn't just to prevent training injuries, but to teach control before handing over actual steel. The document notes that a man who can swing a wooden sword without hitting himself has mastered half the battle, setting the bar impressively low for medieval combat success. Many peasant recruits brought their modified farm tools into battle. Scythes, flails, and pitchforks became weapons of war. These familiar tools gave farmers-turned-fighters some confidence, though military historians note this confidence often evaporated upon first contact with properly armed opponents. These hastily trained troops needed weapons they could learn to use quickly. After all, a battlefield was no place for complicated instruction manuals. Whatever tools these new soldiers wielded, they had to be effective enough to keep them alive through their first battle. What actually filled the hands of medieval soldiers? Despite what movies show, not everyone wielded gleaming swords and fancy battle axes. Most soldiers carried weapons that were cheap, effective, and didn't require years of training to use. Spears reigned supreme on medieval battlefields for good reason. Inexpensive to make, they gave soldiers the advantage of reach and required minimal training to use effectively. A basic spear cost about 1/3 the price of a sword, making it the budget-friendly option for equipping large armies. The spear was essentially the fast food burger of medieval weapons, cheap, available everywhere, and gets the job done even if it lacks glamour. Formations of spearmen created deadly walls of points that kept enemies at a distance. The tactic was simple but effective. Keep the pointy end facing the enemy and try not to poke your friends. Archaeological evidence from battlefield graves shows that many fatal wounds came from spear thrusts to the chest or face, evidence that even simple weapons could be devastatingly effective. Swords, by contrast, were the luxury sports cars of medieval warfare. Expensive, flashy, and usually owned by the wealthy. A good sword could cost the equivalent of several months' wages for an average worker. This explains why most common soldiers never owned one, despite their prominence in tapestries and tales. Axes, clubs, and maces served as brutal alternatives. These weapons crushed armor rather than trying to pierce it. A direct hit from a warhammer could cave in a helmet and the skull beneath it. Records from the Battle of Towton in 1461 show skull injuries indicating tremendous force, some with perfect hammer-shaped indentations. Many peasant soldiers simply modified their familiar farm tools. Flails, used for threshing grain, became military flails. Scythes were straightened into vicious pole arms. This weapon's recycling was both practical and psychologically comforting. Soldiers could wield tools they already knew how to use. Battlefield effectiveness trumped beauty every time. A sword might win duels in poetry, but a farmer with a pointy stick could still ruin your day if you weren't careful. The weapons were undeniably brutal, but they only told half the story. Medieval armor illustrates one of warfare's eternal truths. Staying alive often means sacrificing comfort. Evolution of armor tells the story of soldiers desperately trying not to die while still being able to move. Let's start with the dream. Full plate armor, shining articulated steel covering every vulnerable body part. The medieval equivalent of a personal tank. Crafted by master armorers, a complete suit could cost as much as a modern house. Only the wealthiest warriors had full plate, which meant most soldiers went into battle with the medieval equivalent of using a paper umbrella in a hurricane. For most soldiers, protection came in more affordable packages. Chainmail, thousands of interlocking metal rings, offered reasonable protection against slashing but did little against crushing blows. A complete mail shirt weighed between 25 and 40 pounds, all hanging from the shoulders. After a day of fighting in chainmail, soldiers walked like they'd aged 50 years. Their backs had opinions about armor, and those opinions weren't positive. Then there was the notorious helmet problem. Early versions protected the top of the head but left the face exposed. Later helmets covered everything but limited vision dramatically. One German training manual from 1415 advised knights to practice fighting in helmets until they could identify friend from foe, or at least aim in the general direction of the enemy. Medieval helmet design perfectly embodied the principle of you can have safety or peripheral vision, but definitely not both. Leather armor served the poorest soldiers, offering minimal protection but maximum flexibility. These men would wear layers of hardened leather, hoping an enemy would aim for the reinforced parts and not the gaps between. Historical records show this hope rarely paid off. Heat posed another deadly challenge. Fighting in full armor during summer was like battling inside an oven. Medieval medical texts describe knights collapsing from heat exhaustion before the battle even began. One creative solution involved squires pouring water over their knights between skirmishes, turning expensive armor into steaming metal saunas. Despite all these drawbacks, proper armor often meant the difference between life and death. For all its flaws, a good set of protection allowed its wearer to take risks that unarmored soldiers couldn't dream of. This advantage created a clear dividing line on the battlefield. At the top of the medieval military food chain sat the knights, warriors who enjoyed privileges that common soldiers could only dream about. Their elevated status came with better equipment, extensive training, and the expectation they wouldn't run away at the first sign of trouble. Knights began their journey early, often at age 7, and underwent years of training before earning their spurs. By the time they reached battlefield-ready status, they'd spent more time training than most peasant soldiers would live after their first battle. A knight's education included weapon mastery, horsemanship, and tactical understanding, skills that common soldiers acquired through the less formal method of figure it out or die trying. The equipment difference was striking. While foot soldiers hoped for a helmet that wouldn't blind them, knights rode into battle wearing full armor, carrying custom-made weapons, and mounted on specially bred war horses that cost more than a peasant would earn in a lifetime. These war horses weren't your average farm nags. They were massive animals standing up to 18 hands high and weighing over 2,000 pounds, bred for strength and courage. The medieval battlefield had a clear class division. Knights got to shout, "Charge!" while foot soldiers silently added, directly into those spears, in their heads. Knights trained in elaborate combat exercises called melees, basically organized brawls on horseback where noble warriors practiced killing each other with blunted weapons. Historical records show these training sessions sometimes turned deadly anyway. A tournament in 1241 saw 7 knights die when a practice melee escalated into a real battle. Medieval knights apparently had trouble understanding the concept of friendly competition when holding sharp objects. Despite their privileged status, knights didn't have it easy. They spent hours each day in physical training, suffered from chronic injuries, and had to maintain expensive equipment. Many went into debt just keeping up appearances. Being a knight meant balancing the glory of elite status with practical realities like learning to sleep in metal and trying not to fall off a horse while wearing 60 pounds of armor. The training of these elite warriors provided a framework for battlefield success, but experience taught what no practice could: the brutal reality of medieval combat, where even the best training could be undone by a single mistake or stroke of bad luck. You could train for years, but nothing taught faster than getting ambushed in the mud. The real education for medieval soldiers began when the first arrow whistled past their ear. Suddenly, all those drills made terrifying sense. Battle was chaotic, deafening, and nothing like practice. The neat formations fractured as soon as combat began. Battlefield accounts from the 100 Years' War describe how green recruits would freeze up entirely when first experiencing combat, their minds unable to process the sensory overload. Survival taught lessons that no training master could. Medieval soldiers quickly learned to identify which sounds meant immediate danger: the distinct whoosh of an incoming arrow volley or the drumming of cavalry hooves. A French chronicler from 1356 noted that veteran soldiers could smell an ambush before seeing any evidence of one. The most important skill veterans developed wasn't fancy swordplay, it was knowing when to run away. Medieval battle manuals don't mention this, but battlefield graves tell the story. Those buried with wounds to their backs often made the wiser choice than those with wounds to their chests. Combat taught brutal efficiency. Veterans learned to strike at the gaps in armor, the armpit, behind the knee, or the eye slits of helmets. A recovered battlefield journal from 1403 describes a veteran instructing new recruits to forget everything, just stab where they breathe. Leadership emerged from experience rather than rank. Men followed those who kept them alive. Military records show field promotions often went to common soldiers who demonstrated coolness under fire rather than those with noble connections. Survival created a brotherhood no training camp could forge. The shared experience of facing death created bonds between soldiers that lasted lifetimes. The aftermath of medieval warfare was rarely glorious. Many soldiers never made it home, their bodies left in unmarked graves far from family and friends. Those who survived carried more than just physical scars. For the lucky ones who lived through multiple campaigns, a return to civilian life awaited. Some knight commanders received land grants and titles. Records from 11th century Norman England show that approximately 1/3 of William the Conqueror's knights were rewarded with estates after his invasion. Common soldiers faced harsher realities. Most returned to the farms and trades they'd left behind, bringing back injuries that made manual labor difficult. Medieval pension plans consisted mainly of try not to starve and hope your children take care of you. Some veterans transformed their experiences into new careers. Former soldiers became military trainers, weapons crafters, or mercenaries who sold their skills to the highest bidder. A study of 14th century mercenary contracts reveals that veterans could earn 3 times what they'd made as regular soldiers. Many passed down their hard-earned knowledge. Training methods evolved based on battlefield experiences, with each generation learning from the mistakes of the last. The most lasting legacy was cultural. Tales of battles shaped medieval society's understanding of courage, sacrifice, and honor. Through songs, stories, and monuments, medieval soldiers who had once been ordinary people became the building blocks of legends that continue to fascinate us today. Think your daily routine needs improvement? Medieval folks had it worse. Their normal, everyday habits were silently killing them in ways they never understood. What seemed like ordinary life was actually a deadly game of chance. Let's uncover the hidden dangers of simply existing in medieval times. Ever seen those mattress commercials promising the best sleep of your life with memory foam and cooling technology? Well, medieval folks were getting the worst sleep of their lives instead, and sometimes their last. For the average person in medieval times, a bed meant a pile of straw stuffed inside a rough cloth sack. These straw-filled pallets, called rushes, weren't just uncomfortable, they were downright deadly. Unlike today, where we might change our sheets weekly, medieval peasants kept the same straw bedding for months or even years. The result? a breeding paradise for unwelcome roommates. Fleas, lice, bedbugs, and even rats would make themselves at home in this warm, rarely disturbed environment. One particular flea, the rat flea, became infamous as the primary carrier of bubonic plague bacteria. Talk about nightmare roommates that literally eat you alive while you sleep. The Black Death wiped out nearly one-third of Europe's population in the 14th century, and many victims caught it while simply trying to get some rest. Even if you escape the plague, these pest-filled beds caused plenty of other problems. Body lice spread typhus, another deadly disease with fever and rashes. Bedbugs caused itchy welts and sleep deprivation. The wealthy weren't completely safe either. While nobles did have proper mattresses stuffed with wool, feathers, or horsehair, they still weren't washing their bedding regularly. A medieval noble might sleep on the same sheets for months, creating a similar paradise for parasites, just with a slightly softer landing. Money could buy you a better mattress, but not better hygiene habits. The most bizarre part? Many people believed that changing clothes too often or washing too frequently was bad for your health. This meant that not only were they sleeping in filthy beds, but they were climbing into those beds already covered in dirt and grime. Their idea of beauty sleep was 8 hours of quality time with plague-carrying insects. And this was just one of many deadly daily habits for medieval folks. Their relationship with cleanliness would prove just as dangerous. Bathing wasn't completely absent in medieval times. Public bathhouses existed throughout Europe, especially in urban areas. These facilities varied from basic wooden tubs to grand bath halls where dozens of people washed simultaneously. At first glance, this seems like a positive step for hygiene. Wrong. These bathhouses were essentially bacterial nightclubs where germs mingled freely. The fundamental issue was water reuse. Medieval bathhouses typically served multiple customers with the same bath water. Water required significant effort to collect and heat in large quantities, so replacing it between bathers was deemed excessively wasteful. Picture dozens of people using identical bath water in succession. Each person deposited skin cells, dirt, and whatever ailments they carried into the communal soup. Medieval bathing was less about getting clean and more about participating in a human tea brew. Diseases flourished under these conditions. Skin infections spread easily in the warm, moist environment. More dangerous illnesses, including dysentery and various forms of hepatitis, found ideal transmission routes in these shared waters. The health risks became so evident that during disease outbreaks, authorities often ordered bathhouses closed. By the 16th century, many European cities had permanently shuttered public bathing facilities due to their clear connection with spreading sickness. Adding to the problem, numerous bathhouses functioned secondarily as places of prostitution. This association introduced sexually transmitted diseases to the already concerning health issues these establishments fostered. Medieval bathhouse proprietors pioneered the questionable business concept of get clean while getting dirty, a service package thankfully absent from modern spas. The greatest irony? Patrons genuinely believed these visits improved their health. Medical theories of the time suggested that opening pores through hot water balanced the body's internal systems. Little did they realize those open pores created perfect doorways for the microbes floating beside them. The reputation of bathhouses deteriorated so badly that many began to view water contact itself with suspicion. This fear would spawn another deadly habit that lingered for centuries. Today we enjoy self-care Sundays with fancy bath bombs and nice-smelling oils. In medieval times, staying away from water was seen as the best way to stay healthy. The medieval cleanup rule was simple. Dry is healthy. It's like thinking the best way to avoid getting hurt in sports is to never play any games at all. Their life rule was stay dry or die. How far did they take this? Old records show rich people who went many years without washing their whole body. Some royal people only bathed 2 or 3 times in their entire life. These folks were water-saving champions. They'd be great to live with during a water shortage, but awful roommates the rest of the time. Instead of full baths, medieval people did quick wipe-downs. They would wash hands and faces sometimes, but avoided putting their whole body in water. Even these small washings were done carefully, often using flower-scented water or vinegar, which they thought would keep disease away. The health problems were easy to guess. Dirty skin became a perfect home for germs. Cuts and scrapes often turned into serious infections. Itchy fungi grew where skin rubbed against skin. Bugs like lice and fleas made permanent homes in unwashed hair and clothes. The smell in medieval times was so normal that nobody wrote about it much. Picture walking into a crowded medieval room where hundreds of unwashed bodies gathered. Your nose would tell you everything about the place before your eyes could. This fear of water lasted into the 18th century across Europe. Since washing was thought to be harmful, medieval people needed other ways to stay healthy, which often led to treatments far deadlier than dirty skin. Feeling under the weather? Here, drink this toxic metal that should fix everything. Medieval medicine had some truly bizarre treatments, but few were as deadly as using mercury to cure diseases. This silvery liquid metal was considered one of the most valuable medicines available, prescribed for everything from skin rashes to deadly infections. Medieval doctors basically thought this shiny stuff kills everything it touches, so it must kill diseases too. Flawless medical logic. How did people take mercury? In every way possible. Some patients drank it mixed with water or wine. Others had it rubbed directly into their skin or open wounds. Some even breathed in mercury vapors as a treatment for lung problems. One popular mercury medicine was called blue mass, small pills containing mercury mixed with licorice, honey, sugar, and rose water. These pills were taken for all sorts of problems, from constipation to depression. The treatment often worked because it made people so sick they forgot about their original complaint. For serious diseases like syphilis, doctors prescribed even larger amounts of mercury. Patients would take it until they started drooling and their gums bled, signs we now recognize as mercury poisoning, but which doctors then believed meant the bad humors were leaving the body. The cure was so brutal that a common saying developed, "A night with Venus, a lifetime with Mercury," meaning one night with a prostitute could lead to a lifetime of mercury treatments for syphilis. The side effects were horrific. Mercury poisoning causes shaking hands, memory loss, mood swings, and kidney failure. Many patients lost their teeth, developed sores all over their bodies, and eventually went mad from brain damage. Wealthy people often suffered the most because they could afford more medicine. Many royal courts had their own mercury treatments that they took regularly as health tonics. The saddest part? Mercury continued to be used as medicine well into the 19th century, poisoning countless people who thought they were healing themselves. While mercury slowly poisoned people from the inside out, medieval folks had another unhealthy habit that affected them daily. When we smell bad today, we might use deodorant until we can shower. Medieval people had a different approach. They just piled on the nice smells and skipped cleaning altogether. Since bathing was feared, medieval folks needed other ways to handle their growing stink. Their answer was to cover bad smells with nicer ones using a whole system of smell-hiding tricks. Rich people carried small bags filled with sweet-smelling herbs and flowers called pomanders. These were often made of silver or gold and hung from belts or necks. These fancy smell blockers were like air fresheners for your body. They didn't clean anything, just added a new layer of smell on top of the old one. Scented oils became a popular fix. Rose water, lavender oil, and other plant juices were rubbed onto the body, focusing on the smelliest parts. Some people splashed spiced wine onto their skin, thinking it would kill the stink. Adding wine to unwashed skin just created a new smell, a fancy, dirty person. Clothing got treated too. Wardrobes were packed with herbs, and clothes were often held over burning, fragrant woods. When clothes got too smelly, they might be dusted with perfume powders instead of being washed. Homes needed help with the smell problem as well. Floors were covered with herbs like mint and lavender. When guests visited, extra herbs would be scattered around to mask everyone's combined body odor. These methods failed to actually clean anything. The scents might fool the nose briefly, but did nothing to remove dirt or kill germs. Worse still, the oils trapped dirt against the skin, creating perfect spots for infections to grow. Medieval perfume wasn't about smelling good. It was about smelling different. Like mixing chocolate with garlic, you don't get rid of either smell, you just create a confusing new one. The oils and herbs were often mixed with animal fats to make them stick better. When these fats spoiled in warm weather, they created new, worse smells that needed even more perfume to cover. Just as medieval people thought they could mask body odor with scents, they applied similar logic to their food. We all know that friend who sniffs old leftovers and says, "It's probably fine." Medieval people took that attitude to a whole new level. Without refrigeration, keeping food fresh was nearly impossible. Meat would start to rot within hours, especially in warm weather. Modern folks would throw it away, but medieval people had another solution: cover it with spices and eat it anyway. Medieval cooking was less about flavor and more about hiding the taste of decay. It's like putting perfume on a garbage can instead of emptying it. The belief was that certain spices could purify spoiled meat. Pepper, cloves, cinnamon, and nutmeg weren't just tasty, they were seen as medical treatments that could make rotten food safe. This explains why medieval recipes call for huge amounts of spice. Historical records mention meat that was green, slimy, and smelly. Yet, with enough spices, it would still be served at dinner. Even the royal chef's special was often mystery meat surprise, the surprise being whether you'd survive eating it. What made this practice extra dangerous was that some of the worst foodborne illnesses don't change how food looks or tastes. The bacteria that cause botulism don't make meat smell bad or look different. For the poor who couldn't afford exotic spices, the situation was even worse. They often had no choice but to eat spoiled food with nothing to disguise the taste. Food poisoning was a regular part of medieval life. Medieval feasts were basically a game of food roulette. The prize for winning? Not spending the next day with your head in a bucket. The odds weren't great. Food poisoning caused countless deaths and constant illness. Many mysterious fevers recorded in medieval times were likely just food poisoning from bacteria like salmonella. While their spiced-up rotten food was busy attacking their stomachs, another silent poison was lurking in. Imagine sipping your favorite drink, not knowing it's slowly killing you. That's what medieval people did every single day. Lead was everywhere in medieval life. The wealthy drank from lead cups, stored wine in lead containers, and even used lead pipes to carry water. The Romans actually knew lead was dangerous, but that knowledge was lost over time, and medieval folks embraced lead with open arms. Why was lead so popular? It was cheap, easy to work with, and could be formed into almost any shape. Lead also has a sweet taste, which makes drinks seem tastier. Medieval nobles literally poisoned themselves because they thought it made their wine taste better. Talk about dying for good flavor. The wealthy weren't the only ones affected. Common people used lead-glazed pottery for cooking and storing food. When acidic foods like wine, vinegar, or tomatoes touched these surfaces, they absorbed the lead. What happens when you consume lead? The short answer: nothing good. Lead poisoning starts slowly. At first, you might feel tired or get headaches. Over time, it causes stomach pain, memory problems, and mood changes. With enough exposure, it leads to major organ damage, especially to the brain and nervous system. Medieval doctors had no clue why rich people often seemed to go mad as they aged. Must be all that fancy living. No, it was their fancy cups turning their brains to mush. The most frightening part? Lead poisoning was often passed to children before they were even born. Pregnant women with lead in their systems transferred it directly to their babies, causing birth defects, learning problems, and early death. One of the strangest effects of lead poisoning is gout, a painful swelling of the joints that was incredibly common among medieval nobility. It became known as the disease of kings because it affected the wealthy far more than the poor. Now we know why: their fancy lead cups and plates. Lead wasn't just in the dinnerware, it was in the makeup noble women wore and the medicines people took. Some health tonics even contained lead on purpose. Medieval medicine sometimes had interesting side effects, like death. How much lead are we talking about? Tests on medieval skeletons show lead levels up to 50 times higher than what's considered safe today. Some historians think lead poisoning may have played a role in the decline of several royal families. While lead slowly poisoned the wealthy, the common people faced a different drinking danger that was both a solution and a problem. Medieval kids drank beer for breakfast. This isn't a joke. It was normal for everyone, including children, to drink beer at every meal, starting from a very young age. Why beer instead of water? One look at a medieval city would answer that question. Streets were filled with trash and human waste that washed into the water supply. Rivers and streams flowing through towns were basically open sewers. Anyone drinking from these sources risked serious illness or death. Beer offered a safer alternative because the brewing process killed many harmful germs. The water was boiled during brewing, and the alcohol helped prevent new bacteria from growing. For medieval people, this wasn't about getting drunk. It was about staying alive. A medieval tavern was less of a party spot and more of a survival center. The town brewer saved more lives than the town doctor, but medieval beer came with its own problems. The brewing process wasn't standardized or controlled. Each brewer had their own recipe, and safety testing didn't exist. Some batches contained harmful ingredients added by mistake. What kind of dangerous stuff ended up in medieval beer? The list is scary. Henbane and deadly nightshade sometimes got mixed with normal ingredients. Both are poisonous plants that can cause confusion, racing hearts, and even death. Other beers contained hemlock, which can stop your breathing. Medieval beer drinking was like playing liquid roulette. Every mug might keep you healthy or knock you out cold. No wonder they said prayers before meals. Even when brewers tried to follow good recipes, beer often got contaminated. Storage barrels grew mold, and wild yeasts could turn a batch sour or toxic. Without understanding how fermentation worked, brewers couldn't prevent these problems. How much beer did medieval people drink? The average adult consumes about 1 gallon per day. This beer was much weaker than modern versions, with less alcohol than today's beer. People weren't stumbling around drunk. They were just trying to avoid disease. For those who couldn't afford beer, the choices were grim. Milk wasn't safe unless it was very fresh. Water from wells was sometimes clean, but often dirty. Wine was too expensive for most people. Many poor folks had constant stomach problems from drinking whatever they could find. While medieval folks worried about finding safe drinks, many were equally concerned about looking good. Today, we worry about parabens in cosmetics. Medieval people slathered actual poison on their faces and called it beauty. The most popular makeup item was a white face powder made from lead. Women would mix lead with vinegar to create a paste called ceruse and spread it all over their faces, necks, and chests. This created the pale look that was considered beautiful, a sign that you were rich enough to stay indoors instead of working in the sun. Beauty routines were basically slow-motion suicide, applied daily until death, which conveniently came much sooner with regular use. The lead-based makeup did more than poison the wearer. It destroyed the skin over time, causing gray discoloration, scarring, and sores. This meant users needed to apply even thicker layers of the toxic paste to cover the damage caused by the toxic paste. Another dangerous beauty product was made from mercury. It was used to treat skin problems like acne and to remove freckles. The mercury would indeed make the skin issues disappear, along with eventually your hair, teeth, and mental stability. For bright red lips and cheeks, women used vermilion, which contains mercury sulfide. Cinnabar, a red mineral containing mercury, was ground into fine powder to create vivid red colorants. The more expensive the makeup, the more dangerous it often was. Some beauty treatments used arsenic to create an even paler complexion. Women would actually eat small amounts of arsenic or apply it directly to the skin. Medieval makeup counters would need hazard symbols and safety goggles by today's standards. Eye makeup was equally dangerous. Women would use belladonna drops to dilate their pupils, making their eyes look larger and more appealing. Belladonna is also known as deadly nightshade for good reason. It can cause blindness and death. The worst part? These beauty products were used repeatedly, day after day, allowing the poisons to build up in the body. Many users experienced tremors, headaches, and memory problems. Eventually, the heavy metals would cause organ failure and death. While their faces slowly absorbed these poisons, medieval people spent their days in another toxic environment. Have you ever been near a campfire and started coughing? Medieval people lived in that smoke all day during cold weather. Most medieval homes had a central hearth, a fire pit in the middle of the room. The shocking part? Many homes had no chimney. The smoke was supposed to escape through a hole in the roof, but this rarely worked well. Medieval house design could be summed up as, let's trap people with fire smoke and see how long they last. Historical writings describe homes so filled with smoke that people could barely see across the room. The walls and ceilings became covered with black, sticky soot. Even when chimneys appeared later, they were often badly designed. The problem got worse because of wet wood, peat, and animal dung fuels that created more smoke than dry wood. The health damage was serious. Lung diseases were extremely common. Many people died from breathing problems, especially during winter when homes were sealed against the cold. Children suffered the worst effects. They stayed indoors more than adults and had smaller lungs. Many medieval children died from breathing problems that would be easily treated today. If medieval real estate agents existed, they would advertise cozy home with built-in smoke preservation system. Studies of medieval skeletons show clear signs of lung damage from years of breathing smoke. From filthy beds to poisonous makeup, deadly bloodletting to smoke-filled homes, medieval daily life was surrounded by hidden dangers. What seemed normal to them was actually killing them in ways they never understood. Everyone talks about castles and kings, but medieval inns were where real life happened. They were busy, noisy, and full of stories nobody bothered to write down. If you want to know what staying at a medieval inn was really like, it's time to step through the door and find out. If you've ever complained about waiting too long for your food at a restaurant, count yourself lucky you weren't dining in a medieval inn. Back then, eating out wasn't about fancy menus or special dietary requests. It was more about stuffing your belly with whatever the innkeeper managed to catch, find, or scrape together that day. The main dish at most inns was stew. Not the carefully crafted stew with named ingredients your grandmother makes, but a mysterious concoction that changed daily based on whatever meat was available. Rabbit was a lucky find. Squirrel, not so lucky, but still common. The medieval version of Guess the Ingredient wasn't a fun party game. It was dinner. Some travelers even joked that asking what meat was in the stew was the quickest way to lose your appetite. These stews were typically served in wooden bowls alongside a chunk of bread. The bread wasn't your soft, fluffy loaf from the grocery store, but a hard, dense affair that could double as a plate, called a trencher. These edible plates would soak up the stew juices until they were soft enough to eat, assuming you were still hungry after the main meal. If not, these gravy-soaked trenchers were often collected and given to the poor or fed to animals. One thing medieval inns never ran short on was ale. In fact, many places were legally required to have bread and ale available at all times. This wasn't just to keep customers happy. It was a public service. Laws in England dating back to the 1200s required inns along major roads to maintain a supply of food and drink for travelers. The ale was so thick in some places you could stand a spoon in it, if you could find your spoon after dropping it in there. Speaking of yesterday's leftovers, medieval innkeepers were the original food recyclers. Nothing went to waste. That morning's porridge might become part of the evening stew. Monday's stew remnants would make an appearance in Tuesday's pot. This wasn't called food poisoning, it was called being thrifty. The cooking pot in many inns was never fully emptied, just continuously topped up with fresh ingredients. Some traveling merchants claimed certain famous inn stews had been cooking continuously for years. For those with a bit more money to spend, inns sometimes offered slightly better fare. A piece of cheese that hadn't turned completely green or a cut of meat that you could actually identify might cost extra. Fresh fish was a luxury reserved for inns near rivers or coastlines, and even then, fresh was a generous description. Utensils were simple, mostly just knives and spoons. Forks were rare, and most people ate with their hands anyway. Table manners consisted mainly of trying not to stab your dining companion while reaching for the bread. Meals were typically served at fixed times, and everyone ate together at long wooden tables. This communal eating was how news traveled, deals were made, and arguments started. Your dining companions might range from local farmers to traveling merchants, all crowded shoulder to shoulder on wooden benches that had seen better days. As night fell and bellies were full of questionable stew, those same dining benches would often transform into something else entirely. Your bed. And if you thought sharing a table with strangers was intimate, wait until you hear about medieval sleeping arrangements. After filling your belly with mystery stew, you'd need somewhere to rest your weary bones. Modern hotels offer private rooms with locks, clean sheets, and do not disturb signs. Medieval inns offered none of these luxuries. Instead, they provided an early version of social networking, whether you wanted it or not. The concept of a private bedroom was almost unheard of in most medieval inns. Common travelers slept in what we might call communal bedrooms, though calling them rooms is being generous. Often, these sleeping areas were simply the same hall where everyone had just finished eating. The tables would be pushed aside, straw mattresses rolled out, and suddenly dinner hall became dormitory. These sleeping spaces followed one simple rule: pack in as many bodies as possible. A typical inn might have just one or two large sleeping areas with several beds, each designed to hold multiple people. And by design, We mean the innkeeper had decided that 4 grown adults could fit in a bed that modern standards would consider small for 2 people. The medieval innkeeper's motto might well have been, "There's always room for one more, especially if that one more has coins to pay." Beds themselves were basic affairs, wooden frames with rope supports and mattresses stuffed with straw, hay, or if you were at a fancy establishment, wool. Sheets, if provided at all, were rarely changed between guests. Pillows were small sacks also stuffed with hay or wool. Bed bugs, fleas, and lice were such common bedfellows that they weren't even worth complaining about. They were simply expected travel companions. Records from 14th century England show that town councils sometimes had to pass laws requiring innkeepers to change bed linens at least once every 3 months, a fact that tells you everything you need to know about hygiene standards of the time. The true horror of medieval inn sleeping wasn't just the questionable cleanliness, it was the complete lack of privacy. Travelers routinely shared beds with total strangers. Your bedmates might include merchants, pilgrims, or local drunks who couldn't make it home. You'd fall asleep next to someone whose name you didn't know, but whose snoring patterns you'd never forget. Only the wealthiest travelers could expect any sort of private accommodations. A rich merchant or minor noble might secure a small chamber with a single bed, though this luxury came at a steep price. These private rooms often had only thin walls and doors without locks. Privacy was a concept still centuries away from being considered a right. Even in these better accommodations, you weren't truly alone. Rats, mice, and various insects considered your room their territory long before you arrived. The mice didn't pay for their lodging, but they certainly expected full access to the facilities. A particularly odd custom that seemed shocking to modern sensibilities was the practice of body servants or attendants sleeping at the foot of their master's bed. A nobleman might have his personal guard sleeping across the doorway of his chamber, partly for protection, partly because there simply wasn't anywhere else to put him. Travelers often brought their own bedding, a wise precaution given the state of inn-provided linens. Many carried sleeping sacks that could be laid over the questionable mattress as a barrier against both its mysterious stains and resident insects. As disturbing as these sleeping conditions seem to us now, they served an important social function. News, gossip, business deals, and friendships were all forged in these communal sleeping quarters. Many travelers actually looked forward to the connections made while sharing these cramped conditions. With everyone finally bedded down for the night, packed like salted fish in a barrel, and trying to ignore the symphony of snores, the inn would finally quiet down. Or would it? Because once the candles were blown out, an entirely different kind of entertainment often began. Just because the sun went down didn't mean the fun stopped at medieval inns. Nightfall often marked the beginning of the real entertainment, with firelight and boisterous laughter creating the perfect backdrop for medieval nightlife. Drinking was the main attraction. Medieval ale wasn't the clear, fizzy beer we know today. It was thick, cloudy, and often warm, like liquid bread with a kick. Records show the average medieval person consumed up to 1 gallon of ale daily. This wasn't just for enjoyment. Water was often unsafe to drink. Ale, having been boiled during brewing, was actually safer. When the tavern keeper asked if you wanted another round, it wasn't just good business, it was a public health service. Dice was the gambling game of choice in most inns. Simple to play and easy to cheat at, dice games could turn friendly strangers into bitter enemies in minutes. Many games ended in heated arguments, which explains why many towns had laws against wearing weapons inside taverns. Singing was another popular entertainment. Rowdy group songs with countless verses that everyone seemed to know. Stories of heroes, impossible loves, or great battles grew louder and less coherent as the night progressed. By the 10th verse, even the inn's cat could sing along better than most of the patrons. Some inns attracted traveling performers. Minstrels, storytellers, and jesters would perform for food, drink, and perhaps a better sleeping spot. These performers brought stories and information from distant towns along with their entertainment. Tavern brawls were so common, they were practically scheduled events. A good night was measured by how few teeth were lost. Innkeepers usually kept large sticks handy to restore order when necessary. The most valued entertainment was gossip. News traveled slowly in medieval times, and inns served as information hubs. In an age without newspapers, an evening in a tavern was how most people learned what was happening in the world. When the town curfew bell rang, guests would reluctantly retire to their communal beds. The smarter travelers claimed sleeping spots quickly. The slowest might end up next to the person who'd been the loudest during tonight's drinking songs. With entertainment concluded and bodies crammed into shared quarters, everyone was expected to follow certain rules. But as you might imagine, the rules of medieval inn stays were about as effective as trying to herd cats through an open field. Rules existed at medieval inns, though following them was another matter entirely. Unlike the clearly posted guidelines you might find in modern hotels, medieval inn rules were more like strong suggestions backed by the innkeeper's heavy stick. First rule: pay on time or face the consequences. Innkeepers weren't running charity houses, they needed payment, and they weren't afraid to take collateral. Records from 13th century England show travelers who couldn't pay their bills might have their horses, clothing, or even weapons confiscated until debts were settled. Some unfortunate guests who couldn't cover their tab ended up working off their debt by mucking out stables, definitely a downgrade from the already questionable accommodations inside. Second rule: no sword fighting inside the building. This might seem obvious, but it was common enough that many towns had specific ordinances forbidding it. The fine for sword drawing in a London tavern in 1273 was 20 shillings, a hefty sum when a night's lodging might cost just a penny. Smaller knives, however, were permitted since everyone carried them for eating. The line between eating knife and fighting knife was conveniently blurry. Third rule: keep the noise down after curfew. Most medieval towns rang bells to signal curfew, typically around 9 in winter and 10 in summer. After this time, indoors were supposed to be locked and quiet maintained. In reality, these rules applied mainly to smaller inns in residential areas. Larger establishments on main roads often continued their revelry well into the night, especially if local officials were among the revelers. Fourth rule: don't steal from other guests. While this seems like common sense, theft was rampant in medieval inns. Some innkeepers posted warnings that they weren't responsible for stolen goods, while others offered secure storage for valuables, at an additional fee, of course. Travelers quickly learned to sleep with their money pouches under their pillows or tied around their necks. Fifth rule: don't bring disease into the inn. During plague outbreaks, travelers showing symptoms could be turned away without question. Given the limited medical knowledge of the time, this meant anyone with a cough, fever, or suspicious spots might find themselves sleeping in the woods. Some towns required travelers to remain outside city walls for several days before entering, a primitive form of quarantine. The enforcement of these rules varied wildly. In small villages, Would you survive 24 hours in the Dark Ages? No shortcuts, no second chances, just one long, difficult day. It sounds simple, but nothing back then was. Every hour tested people in ways we've forgotten. You don't need a week to find out. One day is more than enough. Let's say it's the first minute. You wake up with a full bladder, still half asleep, and reach for the bathroom door. But there isn't one. There's no bathroom at all. Just cold air, dirt floors, and a very real problem. In the Dark Ages, getting fresh water wasn't as simple as turning a tap. You'd need to drag yourself to the nearest well or stream, often hundreds of yards away from your home. And that water wasn't clean at all. A typical medieval water source was filled with animal waste, dead bugs, and human sewage. Nothing says good morning like drinking from the same place where the village dumps its poop. The average person in medieval times used about 5 gallons of water per day, while we use between 80 and 100 gallons now. This huge difference wasn't because they cared about saving water, it was because getting water was incredibly hard work. You'd carry heavy wooden buckets back and forth many times each day just for basic needs. As for toilet paper, that soft roll you love so much, gone. Medieval people used whatever they could find: leaves, moss, hay, or even their left hand. The rich might use wool or cloth, while others used smooth stones or sticks. Your behind would be rougher than sandpaper by sunset. Public toilets were just holes in the ground, often shared by many people with no privacy. In towns, people often threw waste straight into the streets. If you heard someone yell a warning, you had seconds to dodge before someone emptied their waste bucket out the window above you. Without clean conditions, sickness spread quickly. Gut diseases and fevers killed many people. 1 out of every 3 children died before reaching 5 years old, mostly from these water-carried illnesses that we now prevent easily. Your body, used to clean water and soap, would struggle in this dirty world. The lack of clean water would hit you hard and fast, making your stomach turn and your skin crawl. You'd be praying for a modern bathroom within hours, but unpleasant bathroom situations would be just the first challenge you'd face in your journey through these brutal times. Got a headache? Tough luck. In the Dark Ages, pain relief and medicine as we know them simply did not exist. No pills, no syrups, no quick fixes for your aches and pains. That throbbing tooth? The medieval dentist, who was often just the local blacksmith, would yank it out without any numbing agents. Hope you enjoy the taste of screaming. A typical tooth extraction meant holding you down while ripping the offending tooth from your jaw using crude metal tools. Many people died from these basic procedures due to massive blood loss or infection. When illness struck in medieval times, treatments ranged from useless to downright dangerous. Bloodletting was among the most common cures. Doctors believed that draining blood would balance your body's humors. They would cut open your veins or apply leeches to suck your blood. This practice often weakened patients further, making recovery even less likely. For fever, physicians might prescribe a tonic made from ground-up earthworms, metals like mercury, or powdered Egyptian mummy. Yes, actual ground-up mummies were considered medicine. Taking these remedies was like playing Russian roulette with all chambers loaded. Even a minor cut could be a death sentence. Without antibiotics, infections spread quickly. By the time your wound turned green and started oozing, you were probably counting your final hours. Gangrene often led to limb amputation, performed without anesthesia using a simple saw and cauterized with red-hot iron. The statistics are grim. Life expectancy in the Dark Ages averaged 25 to 30 years. Nearly half of all children died before reaching their 10th birthday. A woman faced a 1 in 3 chance of dying during childbirth. Epidemics regularly wiped out entire villages. The Black Death alone killed 30 to 60% of Europe's population in just 4 years. Pain was simply part of everyday life. Chronic conditions that we manage today with medication, arthritis, migraines, back pain, meant a lifetime of suffering with little relief. Herbs like willow bark, which contains a compound similar to aspirin, provided minimal comfort, but nothing close to modern painkillers. Your body, accustomed to quick relief from any discomfort, would be in constant shock from the relentless pain. A cut could send you straight to your grave if you couldn't handle the pain and infection. How would you cope? And even if you survived the lack of medicine, you'd soon discover that simply keeping your body nourished would pose its own deadly challenge. Your stomach growls loudly, and suddenly you realize there's no fridge to raid, no delivery app, not even a corner store. In the Dark Ages, food wasn't just something you grabbed whenever hunger hit. It was a daily battle for survival. The average medieval peasant ate mostly bread, 2 to 3 pounds of it daily. But this wasn't your soft white sandwich bread. It was a dense, hard loaf made from barley or rye, often filled with dirt, pebbles, and even sawdust when grain supplies ran low. Biting into medieval bread was like chewing on sandpaper with surprise rocks. Meat was a luxury most commoners rarely enjoyed. Peasants might eat meat once a week if they were lucky, usually on Sunday after church. The rest of the time? Pottage, a thin stew made from whatever vegetables could be found, boiled in the same pot day after day. Medieval leftovers didn't need containers, they just evolved into the next meal. Talk about reducing food waste. During winter months, people survived on stored root vegetables, dried beans, and whatever preserved meat they could afford. Vitamin deficiencies were rampant, causing diseases like scurvy that made gums bleed and teeth fall out. The original liquid diet was just your teeth dissolving in your mouth. 4 out of 5 peasants showed signs of serious malnutrition. Hunting might seem like a solution, but forests were owned by nobles and royalty, and poaching carried harsh penalties, including death. One medieval court record shows that a man caught stealing a rabbit was blinded as punishment. Turns out, finders keepers wasn't a legally recognized concept when it came to woodland creatures. Food preservation relied on salt, smoke, or fermentation. Without refrigeration, meat spoiled quickly, and food poisoning was common. Almost everyone suffered from intestinal parasites due to undercooked or spoiled food. Meals lacked variety and flavor. Salt was expensive, and spices were worth their weight in gold. Sugar existed only for the extremely wealthy. Your taste buds would find medieval meals bland at best, disgusting at worst. Could you survive on what you could scavenge or trade for, or would hunger get the best of you? And even if you managed to find enough to eat, your weakened body would become the perfect target for the countless invisible enemies floating through the air around you. Disease was the invisible killer that haunted every moment of Dark Ages life. Without modern medicine, simple illnesses became death sentences, and understanding of how sickness spread was almost non-existent. The medieval world faced plagues that wiped out entire towns. The Black Death killed more than 1/3 of Europe's population between 1347 and 1351. That's about 25 million people. Those who caught it often died within days, their bodies covered in painful swollen lumps and black spots. Some towns lost so many people they couldn't bury all the bodies, so they just wrote, "We're all dead" on the town gates and sealed themselves in. Smallpox was another ruthless enemy, killing about 30% of those infected and leaving survivors permanently scarred. The disease was so common that having a face unmarked by pox scars was considered unusual, a rarity worthy of comment in historical records. Children faced terrible odds. Between 20 and 50% died before reaching their 5th birthday. Measles, whooping cough, and scarlet fever swept through communities regularly. As a young person today, your first nasty illness in the Dark Ages would likely be your last. The understanding of disease was based mostly on wild guesses. Many believed illness came from bad air or an imbalance of bodily fluids. Some thought disease was punishment from heaven. Few understood that dirty water, spoiled food, or contact with sick people spread illness. People often blamed witches, outsiders, or minorities for outbreaks, leading to violence against innocent groups. Towns had no sewage systems, with human waste flowing directly into the same rivers people used for drinking water. Rats, lice, and fleas thrived in the cramped living conditions, spreading typhus and bubonic plague. People rarely bathed, believing water opened the pores to disease. The average person bathed once a year, making "it's not you, it's me" a completely different conversation in medieval dating. Medical treatments often sped up death rather than preventing it. A common treatment for fever involved wearing a necklace of live toads, which were thought to absorb the illness. Wounds were sometimes packed with spider webs, animal dung, or moldy bread. Surprisingly, the moldy bread occasionally worked as a primitive form of antibiotic. The constant threat of disease created a society familiar with death. The average life expectancy hovered around 30 years. Living to 50 made you ancient by medieval standards. Old age was considered 40, If you reached that milestone, you'd be giving advice like, "Back in my day," to people who genuinely never expected to live that long. How would you survive in a world where every cough might be your last? And even if you somehow avoided the many plagues and illnesses, daily life presented challenges beyond what most modern humans could imagine. Let's talk about survival skills. No phones, no electricity, no entertainment. In the Dark Ages, technology was limited to what could be made by hand using the most basic tools. The moment darkness fell, your world would shrink dramatically. Light came only from fire. Candles were expensive luxuries. Most homes relied on a central hearth fire, which gave off little light and lots of smoke. Reading was nearly impossible after dark. If you think your eyes hurt after looking at your phone too long, try squinting at a piece of goat skin in the flickering light of a smoky fire. Home construction was primitive. The typical peasant dwelling measured just 400 square feet for an entire family plus their animals. Walls were made of wattle and daub, a mixture of sticks, mud, and animal dung. Roofs were thatched with straw that housed mice, rats, and insects that regularly dropped onto sleeping residents. Floors were packed dirt covered with rushes that was changed only once or twice a year. Trade and communication moved at walking speed. A journey that takes hours by car today could take days or weeks. Roads were often just muddy tracks, impassable after rain. About 95% of people never traveled more than 20 miles from their birthplace in their entire life. Farming, the occupation of more than 80% of the population, relied on wooden plows that barely scratched the soil surface. A Dark Ages farmer worked from dawn to dusk, yet produced only enough food to feed 4 people. Records show that crop yields were 1/4 of today's levels, with frequent famines when harvests failed. Entertainment? Village festivals a few times a year were the height of excitement. Tales told around the fire, simple musical instruments, and games with sticks and stones were the everyday diversions. No Instagram meant the only filters people knew about were used for straining chunks out of questionable drinking water. Your survival would depend on practical skills like farming, building, and defense, things most of us would struggle with. The learning curve would be steep, and unlike video games, you wouldn't get extra lives when you failed. Could you adapt to this tech-free existence? Perhaps, but as you tried to adjust to this harsh reality, you'd soon discover that the rules governing your daily life were just as foreign and unforgiving. Rules and laws existed in the Dark Ages, but justice looked nothing like our modern court system. Medieval justice was swift, brutal, and often based on superstition rather than evidence. Trial by ordeal was a common way to determine guilt or innocence. One method involved grabbing a red-hot iron bar and walking 3 steps with it. Your burn would be bandaged, and after 3 days, if it was healing cleanly, you were innocent. If it was infected, you were guilty. This legal system basically determined that people with good immune systems were innocent while everyone else was guilty. Another ordeal involved being thrown into water with your hands and feet tied. If you sank, you were innocent. If you floated, you were guilty and executed. Congratulations on being a good swimmer. Your prize is death. The concept of proportional punishment didn't exist. Theft of items worth more than 12 pence, about the value of a sheep, was punishable by hanging. 1 out of every 50 people in medieval England was hanged for theft. Crimes like poaching on a noble's land could result in blinding, mutilation, or death. Local courts were run by nobles or church officials with no legal training. Trials lasted less than a day, with no lawyers or proper defense. The accused often had to represent themselves against professional accusers. The medieval version of law and order was really just order, and mostly consisted of figuring out creative ways to make examples of people. Public shaming was a cornerstone of medieval justice. Minor offenses were punished by the stocks or pillory, devices that locked offenders in place in the town center where they would be ridiculed and pelted with garbage by their neighbors. Women faced even harsher treatment. A woman who gossiped might be forced to wear a scold's bridle, a metal cage locked around her head with a piece that went into her mouth to prevent speaking. False accusations were common, and once accused, proving your innocence was nearly impossible. Without evidence-based trials, your fate often depended on your status or how much you could pay. How would you handle a system where being wrongly accused could mean your life was at risk? The Dark Ages held even more dangers beyond these harsh laws, and your next challenge would make our modern social problems seem trivial by comparison. Your safety? Forget about it. The Dark Ages came with a hefty side order of violence that would make even the toughest modern person tremble. War was a constant companion during these troubled times. Europe alone saw more than 300 separate wars during the medieval period. The famous 100 Years' War between England and France actually lasted 116 years. Medieval war was like a really bad houseguest that overstayed by more than a decade and stole everything you owned. Raiding was a normal profession. Viking raids were particularly feared along coastal areas, where entire monasteries and villages could be wiped out overnight. Between 793 and 1066 AD, Vikings conducted more than 500 separate raids on England alone. These attacks weren't just theft. They often involved brutal killings, kidnapping of slaves, and burning entire villages to the ground. Even in times of so-called peace, banditry and highway robbery were everyday threats. About 1 in 20 travelers was robbed on major roads, with the number climbing to 1 in 8 on less traveled paths. Most robbery victims were also beaten, often fatally. Towns weren't much safer. Early medieval settlements had murder rates about 35 times higher than modern cities. In 14th century London, the murder rate was about 70 per 100,000 people each year. City records from Oxford show that 75% of court cases involved violent assault. Blood feuds between families could span generations, with vengeance killings accepted as normal. If someone from another family hurt or killed your relative, your family was expected to seek revenge. Personal violence was shockingly commonplace. Archaeological studies of medieval skeletons show that about 40% of men had healed skull fractures. Dark Ages social disputes didn't end with an angry tweet. They ended with a fractured skull. Even sports and games were violent. A popular ball game called mob football involved entire villages fighting over a ball, resulting in multiple deaths every year. Medieval sports had only one rule: try not to kill too many people, but if you do, oh well. How would you handle living with constant fear of attack, knowing that a raid or random act of violence could end your life at any moment? And this was just a taste of the harsh reality that made daily existence in these dark times a grueling test of human endurance. Work in the Dark Ages wasn't just hard. It was a nonstop, back-breaking grind that started before dawn and ended after sunset, with no weekends, no holidays, and certainly no paid time off. For peasants, about 80% of the population, the farming year was a relentless cycle of labor. Plowing began in early spring, with men pushing wooden plows through hard soil for up to 12 hours daily. Women and children followed behind, breaking up clumps and spreading manure by hand. It took a week to plow a single acre, and most families farmed at least 10 acres. During planting season, a typical day started at 4 in the morning and ended at 9 at night. Seeds were sown by hand, with families often covering 6 to 8 miles daily walking across fields. If medieval Fitbits existed, peasants would have crushed your step challenge while also being hungry, dirty, and miserable. Summer brought endless weeding, done while bent over in the scorching sun. Farmers spent upwards of 70 hours per week just keeping weeds from choking out their precious crops. Harvest time was even more intense, with everyone, including children as young as 5, working from first light until they could no longer see. Nearly all medieval work was physically demanding. Blacksmiths hammered red-hot metal for 10 hours daily. Tanners worked with toxic chemicals and rotting animal hides. Millers hauled heavy sacks and operated dangerous grinding equipment. Stonemasons lifted blocks weighing hundreds of pounds without modern machinery. Breaks? Rare. Laborers typically paused only twice during the day, once for a quick midday meal and once for brief prayers. Water breaks weren't a thing. Many workers drank only at mealtimes despite performing heavy labor in all weather conditions. There was no retirement plan. People worked until they died or became too feeble to continue. The medieval retirement package consisted of moving to the corner of your child's hut and trying not to eat too much of their food. Child labor was universal. By age 7, most children worked alongside adults. Young boys apprenticed to trades spent 16 hours daily performing menial tasks while being beaten for mistakes. Girls as young as 10 would grind grain, spin wool, and tend livestock from sunrise to sunset. Could you handle the nonstop physical toil of surviving each day, or would it break you? Even the strongest workers faced challenges that went far beyond human control in this harsh world. There were no weather forecasts or comfortable homes to retreat to in the dark ages. When nature decided to unleash its fury, you simply had to endure it, often with deadly consequences. Medieval people were completely at the mercy of weather patterns they couldn't predict. A sudden frost could kill crops overnight, leading to starvation. Heavy rains could wash away entire fields and homes. Without meteorologists or weather apps, people relied on folklore and observation of nature for predictions which were often wrong. Winters were brutal and long in medieval Europe. During the Little Ice Age from about 1300 to 1800, average temperatures were nearly 2 degrees Celsius colder than today. This meant frozen rivers, longer snow cover, and growing seasons shortened by up to 6 weeks. Winter wasn't coming. It was camping out in your backyard for half the year and eating all your food. Homes offered little protection from the elements. Most peasant houses had no insulation beyond the straw in their walls. Windows were small openings covered with oiled paper or cloth, not glass. The only source of heat was a central hearth fire, which created a small warm zone while leaving most of the house freezing. During winter, everyone slept in the same room for warmth, often sharing beds with livestock. Medieval diaries describe people waking up with their beards frozen to their blankets and water buckets solid with ice inside their homes. Deaths from hypothermia were common. Summer brought different challenges. With no air conditioning, homes became stifling hot. During heat waves, nighttime temperatures inside thatched roof cottages could remain above 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Water sources could dry up, forcing villagers to travel miles for drinking water. Clothing, too, failed to offer adequate protection. Most people owned only 1 or 2 outfits made of wool or linen. Medieval rain gear consisted of getting soaked and staying that way until the sun came out, which in places like England could mean months of dampness. Could you handle nature's harshness without the comforts of modern climate control? Without reliable shelter, appropriate clothing, or any way to predict what was coming, your survival would depend on luck as much as skill. Looking at all these challenges, the question isn't whether you would survive 24 hours in the Dark Ages, but rather, how many hours would you actually last? What made the Middle Ages so deadly? It wasn't just bad luck, it was baked into everyday life. No warning, no escape, and no second chances. People weren't just living through hard times. They were surrounded by things that made death feel like a normal part of the week. One of the biggest killers was disease. The Black Death swept through Europe between 1347 and 1351, like an uninvited guest who never left. This plague killed somewhere between 30 and 60% of the entire population. Walking into a crowded marketplace meant only 3 or 4 out of every 10 people would still be alive by the end of the outbreak. Bubonic plague spread through fleas that lived on rats, and medieval towns were basically rat paradise. Garbage piled up in streets, human waste flowed wherever gravity took it, and rodents had free run of every building. Even kings couldn't buy immunity from microscopic killers that didn't respect royal bloodlines. Medieval doctors believed diseases came from bad air called miasma. Their solution involved avoiding smelly places and hoping for the best. Medieval medicine was like trying to fix a broken car by sniffing the engine and declaring it cursed. Others thought illnesses were divine punishment for sin, which meant the cure required more prayer than actual treatment. Smallpox left survivors permanently scarred if they lived through the fever. Tuberculosis slowly destroyed lungs while victims continued their daily routines. Leprosy caused fingers and toes to rot away, leading to complete social rejection. Dysentery turned digestive systems inside out, causing death within days. Towns made everything worse by cramming people together like grain in a storage sack. Families shared single rooms with their animals. Pigs, chickens, and goats weren't just livestock, but roommates. Medieval housing was like camping permanently in a barn that someone forgot to clean. Water sources became contaminated quickly under these conditions. Wells were dug too close to waste pits, and rivers served as both drinking supply and sewer system. Many people switched to weak beer and wine because fermented drinks were safer than local water. Medical treatments often made patients worse rather than better. Doctors drained blood from people who were already weak, believing this restored bodily balance. Medieval pharmacies were like witch kitchens run by people who failed cooking class. Surgeons used the same unwashed tools on multiple patients, spreading infections faster than they could treat them. Quarantine rules existed, but rarely worked properly. Officials nailed boards over doors when plague struck, trapping healthy family members inside with sick ones. Wealthy families could bribe their way out while poor people had no choice but to follow the deadly rules. Children faced the greatest danger from these diseases. Most families expected several children to die before reaching adulthood. Parents often waited years before naming babies, hoping they would survive long enough to deserve names. But deadly diseases weren't the only threat medieval people faced on a daily basis. Medieval combat was essentially extreme sports without safety equipment or medical insurance. Knights in shining armor looked impressive, but underneath all that metal were regular people who bled just as easily as anyone else. Armor was like wearing an expensive suit to a knife fight. It helped, but not as much as you'd hope. Fighting happened face to face with swords, axes, maces, and other creative tools for ending lives. Most battles involved getting close enough to see your opponent's expressions change from confident to terrified. Medieval warfare made modern contact sports look like gentle dance lessons. The real killer wasn't usually the original wound, but what happened afterward. A sword cut might not kill immediately, but infection would finish the job within days. Gangrene turned minor injuries into death sentences as flesh rotted around damaged areas. Battle wounds had about a 50% survival rate, which were terrible odds for something that was supposed to be heroic. Weapons were designed to cause maximum damage through armor and flesh. Warhammers could crush bones through metal plates, while crossbow bolts punched through armor like it was made of paper. Medieval weapons designers clearly weren't concerned with user-friendly features or safety warnings. Full suits of armor could weigh 60 pounds or more. Try jogging in that for several hours while people swing sharp objects at your head. Knights sometimes died from overheating inside their own protective gear during summer campaigns, or drowned when they fell into water because the armor was too heavy for swimming. Battles often lasted hours or stretched across multiple days. Soldiers got exhausted, hungry, and thirsty while still needing to stay alive and fight effectively. Rain turned battlefields into muddy disasters where men slipped under the weight of their equipment. Medieval battles were like deadly wrestling matches held in pig pens during thunderstorms. Army camps were perfect breeding grounds for illness. Thousands of men living together with poor sanitation created ideal conditions for disease to spread rapidly. Food poisoning from spoiled supplies was common enough that soldiers got used to feeling sick before battles even began. Medical care on battlefields consisted mainly of sawing off damaged limbs with tools that got used on multiple patients without cleaning. Pain relief involved alcohol and leather straps to bite down on. Many soldiers died from shock during operations rather than from their original wounds. Wounded soldiers who couldn't keep up with their units were often abandoned to die or be captured. Battle aftermath brought scavengers who picked through dead and dying bodies, taking anything valuable while finishing off survivors. The violence of warfare extended beyond battlefields, affecting how people lived and where they could find food to survive. Food security in medieval Europe was about as reliable as predicting tomorrow's weather by looking at clouds. The Great Famine of 1315 to 1317 showed that nature could be more destructive than any human army. Heavy rains and cold temperatures turned growing seasons into agricultural disasters, while farmers watched their year's work dissolve into muddy soup. Endless rainfall prevented harvesting and rotted plants in the fields. Wheat, barley, and oats simply wouldn't grow in waterlogged soil. The few crops that survived were often moldy and dangerous to eat, but people consumed them anyway because the alternative was dying of hunger. Medieval grocery shopping was like playing Russian roulette with your digestive system. Food prices exploded during shortages. A loaf of bread that normally cost a few coins suddenly required a week's wages. Families sold everything they owned just to afford enough food to survive another day. Medieval shopping during famines made modern Black Friday look like a peaceful library visit. Rich families had some protection through stored grain, but even wealth couldn't buy what didn't exist. When crops failed across entire regions, money became worthless. Some nobles ended up eating their seed grain, which guaranteed worse harvests the following year. Poor families made impossible choices during food shortages. Parents gave their portions to children, slowly starving themselves to keep their families alive longer. Medieval parenting meant literally taking food from your own mouth to feed your kids. Desperate families sometimes abandoned children at monastery doors, hoping religious communities might have enough resources. Hunger weakened immune systems and made people vulnerable to diseases that healthy bodies might fight off successfully. Malnourished populations became like wounded animals surrounded by predators. The Little Ice Age created additional farming challenges by shortening growing seasons and increasing crop failure risks. Desperate situations led to desperate solutions. People ate tree bark, grass, and dirt mixed with flour to fill empty stomachs. Animals that were normally protected, horses, dogs, cats, and rats, ended up in cooking pots. Some communities resorted to eating leather goods, boiled into soups that provided minimal nutrition. Hunger drove normally honest people to theft and robbery. Bandit groups formed in rural areas, raiding villages for whatever food they could find. Food riots erupted when grain stores ran empty, with angry crowds attacking bakeries and anyone suspected of hoarding supplies. Recovery from famine could take years or decades. Even when crops started growing again, rebuilding livestock herds, replacing farming tools, and restoring normal production took time that many people didn't have. The struggle for food was made even more difficult by the terrible conditions in which people had to live every day. Medieval homes would make modern college dormitories look like luxury palaces. Most people lived in 1 or 2 rooms made from whatever materials they could find or afford. Wealthy peasants might have wooden frames with walls made from wattle and daub, basically sticks woven together and covered with mud, animal droppings, and straw. Entire families shared single rooms with their livestock. Pigs, chickens, goats, and sometimes cows lived alongside humans year-round. Medieval homes were like permanent petting zoos where all the animals were roommates and nobody cleaned up after them. Animals provided warmth during winter, but also brought fleas, lice, and smells that would empty modern buildings in minutes. Floors were packed earth covered with rushes or straw that got changed when the odor became unbearable. These coverings collected food scraps, animal waste, and debris that created perfect breeding grounds for insects and rodents. Medieval flooring was basically compost piles that people walked on every day. Bathing was rare and often considered dangerous. Many believed frequent washing opened pores and made bodies vulnerable to illness. Medieval hygiene advice was like getting health tips from people who thought soap was poisonous. Most people might bathe a few times yearly, if at all. Teeth were disasters waiting to happen. People lost teeth to injury, infection, and wear from eating coarse bread filled with grit from grinding stones. Medieval dental care was like trying to fix broken equipment without tools, knowledge, or pain relief. Toilets meant trips to outdoor holes dug in the ground, regardless of weather, time of day, or urgency. Waste disposal involved throwing everything into streets, rivers, or cesspits. Medieval garbage collection was basically throwing everything elsewhere and hoping it would disappear. Household pests were constant companions. Fleas and lice lived in hair, clothing, and bedding, while rats and mice helped themselves to any available food. Medieval pest control consisted of cats, prayers, and resignation to sharing homes with unwanted creatures. These terrible living conditions were made even worse when people had to leave their homes and venture into the dangerous world beyond their villages. Medieval travel was like extreme adventure sports with real consequences and no safety net. Going anywhere beyond your village meant risking your life on roads that were barely more than dirt paths. These routes turned into muddy rivers during rain and dusty nightmares during dry weather. Bridges were rare and often in poor repair, forcing travelers to ford dangerous rivers or pay expensive tolls. Merchants unknowingly served as disease delivery services, carrying invisible passengers along with their trade goods. Bacteria, viruses, and parasites hitched rides on cargo ships and wagon trains, exploring new territories where local populations had no immunity. Medieval trade routes were like express highways for microscopic tourists looking for fresh victims. Ships were floating laboratories for growing and spreading diseases. Rats lived in cargo holds, eating grain shipments and reproducing faster than ship cats could control them. Medieval vessels were basically rat apartment buildings with sails attached. When these disease-carrying ships docked at ports, they unloaded more than trade goods. They delivered death to unsuspecting coastal communities. Port cities became international meeting places for illnesses from around the world. Medieval harbors were like airports for germs, except nobody checked health certificates and everyone was welcome to spread whatever they carried. Venice, Genoa, and other wealthy ports saw constant cycles of disease outbreaks as ships arrived from distant lands. Religious pilgrimages brought together thousands of people from across Europe who then returned home carrying new diseases to their isolated villages. Medieval spiritual journeys were massive gatherings where everyone prayed for salvation while accidentally sharing their microscopic companions. Military campaigns transported armies across vast distances, spreading regional diseases wherever they marched. Soldiers collected new illnesses along the way, creating mobile disease laboratories that infected every community they passed through. Inns and taverns were necessary stops for travelers, but perfect places for diseases to jump between people. Multiple strangers sharing beds and using common facilities created ideal transmission conditions. Medieval hotels were like disease exchange programs with uncomfortable beds and questionable food. Weather made traveling more dangerous and disease-prone. Rain turned roads into impassable mud that trapped travelers for days in unsanitary conditions, while summer heat caused dehydration that could be fatal for travelers caught on open roads. Communication traveled slowly and unreliably, so disease outbreaks could spread for weeks before distant communities received warnings. Medieval news moved at horse speed, which was usually slower than the plagues it was reporting. All this movement of people, goods, and diseases was made even more dangerous by the constant chaos and violence that plagued medieval society. Medieval government made modern political dysfunction look like a perfectly organized system. Kings, nobles, bishops, and local lords constantly fought over power, territory, and resources, while ordinary people got caught in the middle. Medieval political campaigns were settled with actual swords instead of attack advertisements. Feudalism was supposed to provide order and protection, but often created more chaos than it prevented. Local lords maintained private armies and made their own rules, leading to conflicts that could explode over the smallest disputes. Medieval politics was like having hundreds of different bosses who all hated each other and expected contradictory loyalty. Justice systems were harsh, inconsistent, and frequently corrupt. Punishments might depend more on social status and bribery ability than actual crimes committed. Medieval courts were like rigged carnival games where the house always won and players without money never got fair chances. Trials by combat meant legal disputes were literally fought to the death. Private armies supposedly maintained order, but often acted like organized bandits when wages ran late. These groups served nobles in theory, but frequently terrorized communities when their employers couldn't pay them. Medieval law enforcement was like hiring pirates to run neighborhood security patrols. Witch hunts and religious persecutions created climates of fear that destroyed communities from within. False accusations could ruin lives even when completely baseless. Medieval social media was basically pointing at someone and shouting "witch" until everyone believed it. Political turmoil disrupted agriculture and trade, making food shortages worse. When nobles spent their time fighting each other, nobody maintained roads, protected merchants, or ensured fair markets. Succession disputes turned entire kingdoms into battlegrounds whenever rulers died without clear heirs. Corruption was built into the system from top to bottom. Officials expected bribes as regular income, judges sold verdicts to highest bidders, and tax collectors kept most of what they gathered for themselves. Border regions suffered constant raids as neighboring powers tested each other's strength. All these political problems combined with diseases, warfare, famines, and poor living conditions to create perfect storms of deadly circumstances that defined medieval existence. The Middle Ages weren't just one dangerous problem, they were multiple deadly challenges happening all at once. Medieval Europe was essentially a survival challenge where death lurked around every corner. Disease, violence, hunger, terrible living conditions, and political chaos all worked together to make daily life incredibly dangerous. Yet somehow people persevered through these difficult times and built the foundation for our modern world. Think your school rules are strict? Medieval laws were completely insane. These 10 bizarre rules were totally normal back then, but would land you in serious trouble today. Get ready for a journey through the craziest legal system in history. And let's start with how to determine you're innocent. Imagine being accused of stealing a loaf of bread in medieval times. Instead of evidence, witnesses, or a fair trial, the judge hands you a red-hot iron rod and says, "Hold this." If your hand doesn't get infected in 3 days, congratulations, you're innocent. Welcome to the completely bonkers world of trial by ordeal, where your innocence was determined by how well you survived torture. Trial by ordeal came in several fun varieties. The most popular was trial by fire, where the accused would carry burning iron or walk across hot coals. If your burns healed cleanly within days, God had obviously protected you, proving your innocence. If they got infected, which in a world without antibiotics was almost guaranteed, well, clearly you were guilty because infected wounds are the most reliable sign of criminal behavior. Then there was trial by water, where they'd tie you up and throw you into a lake. The logic here was truly mind-boggling. If you sank, you were innocent because the pure water accepted you. If you floated, you were guilty because the water rejected you. You either drowned or burned at the stake. Congratulations on your innocence. Too bad you're dead. For nobles, there was trial by combat, where your innocence depended on your fighting skills. The belief was that God would strengthen the arm of the innocent. So if you won the fight, you must be innocent. Never mind if the other guy was twice your size. God apparently prefers the innocent who also happened to be good with swords. These ordeals weren't rare oddities. They were the actual legal system for hundreds of years across Europe. Court records show that between the 9th and 13th centuries, thousands of people faced these trials. In some regions, up to 20% of all criminal cases were settled by ordeal. The craziest part? The church was behind most of this, with priests overseeing the ordeals as divine judgments. It wasn't until 1215 that the Catholic Church finally banned clergy from participating in ordeals, which helped lead to more evidence-based trials. Speaking of strange rules about what you could and couldn't do, ever been told your outfit breaks the dress code? In medieval times, wearing the wrong clothes wasn't just unfashionable, it was illegal. Stop right there, peasant. That purple hat is reserved for nobles. That'll be a fine of 40 gold coins, which is only about your entire year's wages. Sumptuary laws controlled what people could wear based on their social rank. These weren't gentle suggestions. They were strict rules backed by harsh punishments. The fancier the material, the higher your rank needed to be to wear it legally. Want silk? Better be royalty. Fur trim? Hope you're at least a wealthy merchant. The medieval fashion police were ruthless, and they didn't care if purple really brought out your eyes. Colors were especially controlled. Purple dye came from rare sea snails and was so expensive that in many European kingdoms, only royalty could legally wear it. In England, a law from 1337 specified that only those with incomes above £100 yearly could wear certain furs or golden cloth. That's about $150,000 in today's money, just to wear a fluffy collar. These bizarre fashion laws existed across Europe, Asia, and beyond. Japan had some of the strictest rules, where even the pattern on your kimono was regulated by law. The most interesting part? These laws rarely worked. Court records show thousands of violations, proving people have always found ways to dress how they want. Why did rulers care so much about clothes? It wasn't just about looking good. In a world without ID cards or driver's licenses, your clothes instantly showed your place in society. When a peasant dressed like a noble, it threatened the entire social order. Heaven forbid someone might mistake a baker for a baron just because he splurged on some fancy buttons. The punishments were no joke. Fines, public humiliation, and sometimes even jail time awaited fashion rule breakers. In some Italian cities, women wearing excessive jewelry could have their treasures confiscated on the spot by officials who literally patrolled the streets looking for fashion crimes. While today anyone can wear whatever color they want, medieval life was full of these strict social rules. Time to come home. This phrase might sound like something your mom would yell, but in medieval times, it wasn't just your parents making you come inside after dark. It was the law. Medieval curfews weren't suggestions. They were strict rules that could land you in serious trouble if broken. When the sun went down in medieval towns, a bell would ring across the community. This wasn't just any bell, it was the curfew bell, and its sound meant one thing: everybody needed to get inside immediately. The word curfew actually comes from the French couvre-feu, meaning cover fire, because nothing says party's over, like forcing everyone to put out their flames and sit in the dark. The rules were simple, but harsh. After the bell rang, streets had to be completely empty. Anyone caught wandering around after curfew could face fines equal to a week's wages, be thrown in jail until morning, or even be publicly shamed. In some towns, repeat offenders could be put in the stocks, wooden frames that locked your head and hands in place while people threw rotten food at you. Nothing teaches you to respect bedtime like having a tomato thrown at your face. Why were these laws so strict? Fire was one major reason. Medieval towns were built mainly of wood, and a single unattended flame could burn down entire neighborhoods. Records from London show that between 1200 and 1400, the city experienced 23 major fires that each destroyed hundreds of buildings. Crime was another big concern. Without streetlights, medieval nights were pitch black, making them perfect for thieves and troublemakers. Town officials believed that forcing everyone inside would reduce nighttime crimes. Many towns hired night watchmen who patrolled the streets shouting out the time and looking for rule breakers. These poor guys basically had the worst job ever, walking around in the freezing dark, yelling 3 o'clock and all's well, while desperately hoping all actually was well. The craziest part? These curfews applied to everyone except the very wealthy and powerful. In many medieval towns, up to 90% of people had to follow curfew rules, while nobles could come and go as they pleased. Speaking of special treatment for the wealthy and powerful, medieval justice wasn't just unfair about when you could be outside. Medieval justice had a massive loophole that would make any modern lawyer's jaw drop. If you could prove you were connected to the church, you could escape regular punishment. This weird legal trick was called benefit of clergy, and it created a two-track justice system that favored anyone who could read Latin or even fake a connection to the church. How did it work? When someone was arrested for a crime, they could claim to be a church official. Since church members were supposed to be judged by church courts rather than regular courts, this claim could save your neck, literally. Church courts rarely use the death penalty, preferring punishments like prayer, fasting, or at worst, being fired from your church job. Your punishment for murder is 100 Hail Marys. Try to sound like you mean it this time. The test to prove you were part of the church was ridiculously simple, reading a short Bible passage in Latin, often Psalm 51. This became known as the neck verse because reading it successfully could save your neck from the hangman's noose. Since regular people couldn't read at all, this was supposed to identify real clergy. But here's the absurd part. Crafty criminals quickly figured out they could memorize this one passage without actually knowing how to read. Court records from 13th century England show that about 25% of all criminals claimed benefit of clergy, and most were granted it even though they clearly weren't priests. Imagine committing a serious crime today and getting off because you memorized one paragraph from a book. Yes, I robbed that bank, but I can recite the first page of Harry Potter, so I'm free to go, right? The system became so ridiculous that by the 1400s, authorities tried to limit the loophole. They started branding the thumbs of first-time offenders who used benefit of clergy, ensuring they couldn't use the same trick twice. Court records show one clever criminal who had been branded 7 different times, using different parts of his body to hide previous marks. Even more bizarre, women were initially excluded from claiming benefits of clergy, despite many nuns being more educated than male criminals who used the loophole. It wasn't until 1541 that women could finally use this legal trick. While claiming to be clergy might save you from regular courts, there was another way innocent people ended up in deadly trouble. The medieval justice system reached its peak of unfairness with witch trials, where normal human features could get you killed. Got a birthmark? Suspicious. Live alone with a cat? Definitely a witch. Talk to yourself sometimes? Better hope the witch hunters don't visit your town, or you'll be asked to explain why you're discussing potion recipes with your invisible demon friend. Witch trials operated on fear rather than facts. Between 1450 and 1750, courts across Europe executed between 40,000 and 60,000 people for witchcraft. The majority, roughly 80%, were women, often those who didn't fit neatly into society. Widows, unmarried women, healers, or midwives. The proof used to identify witches was based on the wildest ideas. One common test involved looking for a witch's mark, any unusual spot on the skin that supposedly didn't feel pain when pricked with a needle. Court records describe witch prickers who made their living by jabbing accused witches with special needles. These needle experts sometimes used trick needles that retracted when pressed against skin, ensuring the witch felt no pain and could be declared guilty. Talk about a job that definitely wouldn't appear on career day. Another popular witch test was the swimming test. The accused would be tied up and thrown into water. If they floated, they were guilty. If they sank and potentially drowned, they were innocent. Congratulations! Your death by drowning has proven you weren't a witch after all. Your family must be so relieved. The confession process was equally messed up. Accused witches were often tortured until they admitted to impossible things, like flying on broomsticks or turning people into frogs. One court record from 1622 describes a woman who confessed to causing storms, killing livestock, and dancing with the devil after 3 days of torture. When torture stopped, she recanted her confession, so they tortured her again until she reconfessed. Many towns became consumed by witch panic, where accusations spread like wildfire. In some German towns, the trials killed off almost all the women. Records from Würzburg show that in 1629, the town executed 19 accused witches in a single day. While fear of supernatural forces led to these deadly witch hunts, the law could also kill you for much more ordinary reasons. Wanted, dead, or alive, for the wicked crime of shooting one deer. This might sound like a joke, but medieval poaching laws were deadly serious. Hunting animals without permission could get you killed even if your family was starving. In medieval Europe, hunting wasn't a sport for everyone. It was a privilege reserved exclusively for nobility. Kings and lords claimed ownership of all wild animals on their land. These weren't just casual rules. They were formalized in harsh laws like the Forest Laws in England, which turned 1/3 of the entire country into protected royal hunting grounds by the 1200s. The punishments for breaking these laws were shockingly extreme. For killing a deer in the king's forest, you could face death by hanging, blinding, cutting off hands, castration, or massive fines that would bankrupt your family. A rabbit was worth more than a peasant's life. What's that? You stole a rabbit because your children were starving? Well, your execution is scheduled for Tuesday. We'd do it sooner, but we're busy hanging the guy who caught a pheasant. Court records from 1345 show that in just one English forest, over 200 people were arrested for poaching in a single year. Most were ordinary people trying to feed their families during food shortages. One record describes a man who was hanged for catching 3 rabbits during a famine. The most bizarre part of these laws was that they created special forest courts with their own rules and punishments, completely separate from regular courts. These courts had strange procedures like requiring accused poachers to hold hot iron if witnesses weren't available, bringing us right back to those trials by ordeals. Forest laws weren't just about protecting animals for sport. They were a way for the rich to control resources and keep the poor in their place. Noble hunters could kill dozens of deer in a day for fun, while a starving peasant would be executed for taking 1 grouse. Medieval justice was less about right and wrong and more about whether you owned a fancy hat. Archaeological evidence shows these laws didn't actually stop poaching. Researchers found that medieval villages near forests had unusually high numbers of wild animal bones hidden in trash pits, suggesting secret hunting was common despite the risks. The control over hunting was just one way nobles maintained power over commoners' lives. They also had significant control over something even more personal. Getting married today requires paperwork, but at least you can choose who to marry. Medieval folks weren't so lucky. Marriage wasn't just a personal decision. It was a legal transaction that required official permission from the people who controlled your life. For peasants living on a lord's land, marriage required their lord's approval first. Known as merchet, this rule gave lords the power to decide when and who their peasants could marry. Records from 13th century England show that peasants had to pay a fee called merchet to their lord before getting hitched. This fee varies wildly from a few chickens to an entire year's earnings. Congratulations on finding true love. That'll be 50% of everything you own, please. The reason behind this odd rule was simple: control over the workforce. When a woman married someone from another village, her lord would lose a worker. If a male peasant married, he might need more land to support a family. By requiring permission and payment, lords maintained tight control over their labor force and land use. Court records reveal how seriously this rule was taken. In one case from 1287, a peasant woman who married without permission was fined the equivalent of 6 months' wages. Her new husband had to work off the debt by providing extra labor to the lord for 2 years. The punishment wasn't just financial, it was designed to make an example of rule breakers. For noble families, marriage was even more restricted because it involved wealth and political alliances. Noble children as young as 7 years old could be legally betrothed, with marriage following when they reached 12 for girls and 14 for boys. Historical documents show that approximately 60% of noble marriages were arranged for political or financial gain, with love rarely entering the equation. "Mom, Dad, I've fallen in love." That's nice, dear, but we've already traded you to the Duke's son for 3 castles and a strategic military alliance. Even more bizarre, in many regions, a widow couldn't remarry without permission from her dead husband's lord. Records from 1430 show that widows who remarried without permission could lose all property inherited from their first husband. Marriage restrictions weren't just annoying. They created a society where your most personal life choices were controlled by others. And if marriage was controlled, what about the other side of relationships? Medieval justice had a truly backward approach to marital affairs. If a wife cheated on her husband, guess who got in trouble? The husband. This bizarre legal concept turned victims into criminals through a set of rules we can call the cuckold laws. The word cuckold referred to a man whose wife was unfaithful. But unlike today, where cheating is a personal matter, medieval society turned it into a public legal issue. The truly strange part was that the husband was considered responsible for his wife's behavior. Some men would check their foreheads every morning for horns, the mythical symbol of a cuckold, as if infidelity would leave physical evidence overnight. No horns today? Guess my marriage is still intact. In many medieval towns, a man whose wife cheated could face legal punishment himself. Court records from 1380 in France describe a merchant who was forced to pay a fine after his wife ran off with another man. The court ruling stated that he had failed in his duty to control his wife, and therefore shared guilt for her actions. The humiliation went beyond legal penalties. In towns across Europe, a custom called charivari involved public shaming rituals for cuckolds. Neighbors would gather outside the unfortunate husband's house, banging pots and pans while singing insulting songs about his failure as a man. These events could draw crowds of hundreds. Nothing says, "I'm sorry your spouse cheated on you," like having the entire village show up to serenade you with songs about your inadequacy as a husband. Some regions took these punishments to extreme levels. In parts of Italy and France, cuckolds could be forced to ride backward on a donkey through town while wearing a special hat with horns. Town records from 1420 show that one such parade attracted over 500 spectators. The legal double standard was glaring. A husband who cheated faced minimal consequences, while a wife who did the same brought shame and punishment to her husband. Court documents from 1470 show that in many regions, a man couldn't even bring charges against his wife's lover without opening himself up to ridicule and fines. These humiliating punishments reveal how medieval law was less about actual justice and more about maintaining social order through fear and shame. Speaking of public humiliation as punishment, before television or movies, medieval people had a different kind of entertainment: public executions. These weren't hidden events, but major social gatherings held in town squares for everyone to see. Town criers announced execution dates well in advance, treating them like festival days. "What are you doing this Saturday?" "Oh, heading to town to watch 3 beheadings and a hanging. I hear they're executing a famous thief. Got front row seats." The atmosphere was shockingly festive. Food vendors sold pies and ales, musicians played in the background. Souvenir sellers offered execution memorabilia. Historical records show cities like London could draw crowds of 20,000 people for high-profile executions. Families brought children of all ages to these events. Court documents from 1526 mention a father lifting his young son onto his shoulders for a better view of a beheading. Parents believed these displays taught valuable moral lessons about breaking the law. The condemned person's final moments became theatrical performances. They were paraded through town, allowed to make speeches, and expected to show proper remorse. Execution methods were deliberately slow, designed for the audience's satisfaction rather than mercy. Wealthy viewers rented windows overlooking execution sites, paying up to 10 times a laborer's daily wage for prime viewing spots. Buildings with good views of the gallows had higher property values simply for their morbid vantage points. This strange entertainment reveals how differently medieval society viewed justice and punishment. But as odd as their entertainment choices were, hate your job? In medieval times, tough luck, you were legally stuck with it. Under the system of serfdom, peasants couldn't quit, change careers, or move away without permission. I'd like to put in my 2 weeks' notice. Great, your resignation will be processed in approximately 50 years after you're dead. After the Black Death killed nearly half of Europe in 1348, workers started asking for higher wages due to labor shortages. The nobles' response? They made it illegal to ask for more money. England passed laws that froze wages and made it a crime to refuse work at those rates. Guild rules created another layer of restrictions. These organizations controlled who could practice specific trades. Unlicensed workers caught making goods could be fined an entire year's earnings or even physically punished. Even stranger, skills were considered family property. If your father was a baker, you were legally required to become a baker too. Children as young as 7 were sent away as apprentices, bound to their masters for up to 14 years with no ability to quit. Looking back at these 10 bizarre medieval laws, it's clear that everyday life was controlled in ways that would seem completely foreign to us today. Peasants in the Middle Ages didn't have much, but they knew how to survive when things got hard. They had simple tricks that helped them stay alive without money or machines. Most of those tricks are long forgotten, but they still work today if you ever need them. Medieval peasants couldn't afford metal pots, so they got creative with rocks. They heated stones in a fire until red hot, then dropped them into wooden bowls, leather bags, or clay-lined holes filled with water. The water boiled just as well as in a metal pot, perfect for cooking and making water safe to drink. With a little patience and the right tools, meaning hot rocks and something that wouldn't catch fire, dinner was served. The trick was probably discovered by accident when someone dropped a hot stone into their drinking water and noticed it started bubbling like a medieval jacuzzi. It wasn't science, it was survival mixed with a dash of curiosity. And once it worked, you can bet word spread fast among neighbors desperate for any reliable cooking method. But not just any rock worked. River rocks were forbidden because they contained water inside and would explode when heated. Nobody wanted to explain to their spouse why there were rock chunks embedded in dinner. Those kinds of surprises could ruin a meal and a marriage. The best stones were dry, solid rocks from higher ground. Granite worked perfectly. It handled the heat without shattering, and it didn't sneak moisture bombs into the fire. Smart peasants collected good boiling stones and reused them repeatedly. Once you found a few reliable ones, you guarded them like treasure. This method was especially common in areas where iron was scarce and remained popular well into the 1800s. Medieval people might not have understood germs, but they figured out that boiled water somehow kept fewer people from getting the runs. Trial and error taught them that clear water didn't always mean safe water, but bubbling it with a few fire-roasted stones seemed to do the trick. Of course, medieval peasants had many other clever cooking tricks up their sleeves. Medieval peasants turned dirt into an effective cooking tool. Fresh clay was mixed with water until it reached mud consistency, then used to completely coat fish, chicken, rabbit, or any other meat. The clay-wrapped bundle went straight onto hot coals, creating a sealed cooking chamber as the clay hardened from heat. No pot, no pan, just earth, fire, and a good eye for doneness. The process was so simple that even the village fool could master it, which was fortunate since he usually volunteered to test the first batch. With little more than a pile of mud and something edible, even the most inexperienced cook could serve up a meal that tasted like it came from a castle kitchen. When cooking finished, they simply cracked open the hardened shell. Here's the clever part. When the clay was peeled away, it took all the fur, feathers, or fish scales with it. No plucking chickens or scaling fish required. It was like having a medieval sous chef made of mud. Prep time? Practically eliminated. This method produced incredibly tender, flavorful meat because natural juices stayed locked inside. The meat came out so moist, it practically fell off the bone. The sealed clay shell acted like a slow cooker, trapping steam and flavor better than any metal pot could. Clay cooking worked for vegetables too. Root vegetables cooked beautifully this way, their flavors deepened by the gentle, even heat. The technique required the right type of clay, pure enough not to crack when heated, but sticky enough to form a solid shell. If the mix was wrong, it would fall apart or let in ash. Some families got so good at clay cooking that their neighbors started placing orders like it was medieval takeout. Word spread fast when your dinner came wrapped in dirt and tasted like heaven. But clay cooking was just one of several food preservation methods peasants mastered. Salt was worth its weight in gold during medieval times, and peasants treated it like the precious resource it was. Some people literally worked for salt instead of money, which explains why we still say someone earns their salt when they do good work. Salt wasn't just seasoning back then, it was survival packed in crystal form. The salt preservation method was devastatingly effective against bacteria that spoiled meat. Salt draws moisture from food through osmosis, and without moisture, harmful bacteria cannot survive and multiply. This method didn't just slow down decay, it practically froze time for meat. Large wooden barrels became the refrigerators of the medieval world, stacked in cool storage areas, sometimes buried halfway underground for extra temperature control. Peasants would layer salt and meat in alternating patterns, making sure every piece of meat was completely surrounded by salt. It was an art as much as a necessity. A single pig could feed a family through winter, assuming nobody got too hungry the first week and ate all the good parts. The salt crust would eventually harden around the meat like armor. Tough to break, but worth the effort when fresh meat was months away. The salt had to be the right type. Coarse sea salt worked best because it drew moisture more effectively than fine salt. Rock salt was used too, depending on what was available. Communities often shared salt storage facilities since individual families couldn't afford enough salt for their own barrels. Some villages even formed salt cooperatives, where families pooled resources to preserve meat collectively. Entire wars were fought over salt sources, proving that even in medieval times, people took their food preservation seriously. Properly salted meat could last 6 months or longer without spoiling, actually improving with age like modern cured meats. The taste changed over time, becoming richer and more intense. Not bad for something that started out as a survival tactic. However, salt wasn't the only preservation method. Medieval peasants turned their homes into giant smokehouses. Walking into one of their houses was basically like stepping into a barbecue restaurant, only without the fancy decor. The smell of smoky meat hung in the air all year round, so guests probably felt right at home, or at least knew dinner was coming soon. Small huts, attics, or even specially built loft spaces were converted into dedicated smoking chambers where the magic happened. The process was simple but required serious patience and skill. Wood fires were kept burning at low temperatures to produce steady streams of smoke rather than high heat that would cook the meat too quickly. Different types of wood produced different flavors, and peasants learned which woods worked best for certain meats. Oak was prized for its mild, sweet smoke that added subtle flavor without overpowering the meat. Hickory, on the other hand, gave a stronger, more robust taste that packed a punch and could stand up to fattier cuts. Indoor smoking served multiple purposes. It preserved food for long winters, added rich flavor, kept bugs and flies away, and even gave families something interesting to talk about when visitors dropped by. The smoking process wasn't a quick fix. Larger pieces of meat could take days or even weeks hanging in the smokehouse, slowly soaking up flavor and drying just enough to keep safe. Properly smoked meat developed a dark, protective crust on the outside while staying tender and juicy inside. This crust acted like natural packaging, shielding the meat from insects, bacteria, and moisture. Some smoked meats could last for months without needing any other preservation method, making it a medieval multitasker of food safety. It was like having a medieval bug zapper that also made your food taste better. Families developed their own secret smoking techniques passed down through generations, a blend of fire management, wood choice, and timing that turned simple meat into a prized delicacy. While smoking preserved meat above ground, peasants also developed underground storage solutions. Medieval peasants basically invented the world's first natural refrigerators by digging holes in the ground. The best part? These cellars never needed repairs, never broke down, and never required arguing with customer service representatives. No monthly bills, no power outages, just pure, reliable cold storage powered by the earth itself. The secret was digging below the frost line, the depth where ground temperatures stay constant year-round, unaffected by summer heat or winter freezes. In most areas, this meant going down at least 4 feet, sometimes deeper depending on the soil and climate. At this depth, temperatures remain steady between 32 and 40 degrees Fahrenheit, perfect for slowing down spoilage without freezing the food solid. Root vegetables like turnips, carrots, potatoes, and onions could last for months in these underground chambers. But the cellars weren't just for veggies. Peasants also stored butter, cheese, and milk down there to keep them cool and fresh. Some even tucked away jars of homemade preserves and cured meats, making these holes in the ground vital to surviving the long winter. Construction was surprisingly sophisticated. The walls were often lined with carefully stacked stones to prevent cave-ins and keep the cellar sturdy through wet seasons. The floors were covered with sand or gravel for drainage, stopping excess moisture from pooling and ruining the stored food. Some families became so skilled at cellar building that their neighbors started hiring them to create storage spaces, making these peasants the medieval equivalent of custom closet installers. Many root cellars were cleverly built into hillsides, which made digging easier and provided natural insulation on 3 sides. This design kept temperatures even more consistent and protected the cellars from harsh winds. The best root cellars could keep food fresh from the fall harvest all the way through spring planting season, often meaning the difference between a comfortable winter and spending February gnawing on tree bark and leftover scraps. These underground refrigerators were a simple but brilliant solution. Nature's own cold storage, reliable and free, showing once again how medieval peasants made the most of what they had. Storage was important, but peasants also needed reliable water sources throughout the year. Medieval peasants became surprisingly skilled at capturing rain, effectively turning their roofs into makeshift water collection systems. Since reliable water delivery was often a luxury far beyond their reach, they adapted their thatched roofs to channel rainwater into barrels using simple grooves and crude gutters fashioned from split logs or shaped stone. The barrels themselves were carefully sealed to keep the collected water clean and, importantly, to prevent mosquitoes from breeding inside. To improve the water's quality, simple filters made from layers of sand, charcoal, and cloth were used to remove dirt and debris, and even to help improve taste. While not perfect by modern standards, this system was far better than drinking directly from animal-filled streams nearby. Barrel placement was a matter of strategy. Peasants arranged them to catch water from multiple roof sections, maximizing their collection. Some households maintained networks of 5 or 6 barrels, providing a surprisingly large reserve of water. During dry spells, this stored rainwater could last for weeks, giving families a crucial buffer. Ironically, rainwater was often the cleanest water source available. To keep the water cooler and protect it from freezing in colder months, some barrels were partially buried underground. This also helped maintain freshness. Rainwater was generally less contaminated than stream or well water, which could be affected by runoff carrying animal waste and other pollutants. Overall, this clever rain harvesting method was a lifeline, demonstrating how peasants made the most of their environment to solve everyday problems. However, having clean water was just the beginning. Peasants also needed effective remedies when illness struck. Medieval peasants discovered natural antibiotics long before anyone knew what bacteria were. Onions and garlic were their aspirin, effective, tear-inducing, and guaranteed to make you smell like you'd been fighting a roast. They believed sliced onions could pull sickness from the air. While the science behind that idea wasn't quite right, they weren't far off. Onions contain sulfur compounds that actually do kill airborne bacteria. Keeping bowls of cut onions in sick rooms may have smelled awful, but it genuinely helped stop the spread of illness. Garlic was treated like a miracle cure. Crushed garlic was rubbed directly on wounds to prevent infection. Peasants didn't know about allicin, the powerful antimicrobial compound in garlic, but they noticed wounds healed better when garlic was involved. That was proof enough. For coughs and sore throats, onion syrup mixed with honey was a go-to remedy. It tasted about as bad as it sounds, but it worked. Honey killed bacteria, onions helped reduce swelling and mucus, and together they made a medicine cabinet out of your garden. These cures were cheap, easy to grow, and often more reliable than expensive treatments from traveling healers. Some people even wore garlic around their necks to prevent illness. It wasn't exactly effective, but it did keep people at a distance, maybe even germs by accident. These natural remedies work so well, many of them are still used today. The peasants may not have known the science, but they knew the results when they saw them. But medical remedies weren't the only clever applications for common plants. Medieval peasants learned that the same spices that made food tastier could also repel pests. Rats and mice had sensitive palates. Spicy food was a no-go even for them. They sprinkled chili powder, black pepper, mustard, and horseradish around food storage, pantries, and shelves. The strong compounds in these spices created barriers pests avoided. A mouse crossing cayenne was like eating straight hot sauce. Doable, but not worth it. Spices were often mixed with ash or vinegar for extra strength and worked on bugs too, especially in grain storage. Different pests hated different spices. Mice disliked black pepper, rats avoided mustard. It was cheap, safe, and effective, since most families already had these spices. Some even grew hot peppers just for pest control, easy to grow, plentiful, and perfect for grinding into deterrent powder. While spices created barriers against pests, peasants also developed more aggressive physical methods to protect their food from larger threats. Medieval peasants turned stinging nettles into a natural security system. Like barbed wire with a built-in alarm, nettles protected food without cost or setup. They'd wrap meat or cheese in cloth, surround it with fresh nettles, and hang the bundle from beams, trees, or poles. Nettles cause a painful sting, and most animals quickly gave up trying to reach the food. Hanging food served double duty, keeping it off the ground and shielding it from climbers like birds or squirrels. It was a self-defending food fortress. Some added bells, bones, or gourds to make noise if disturbed, warning the family of intruders. Nettles were free, renewable, and later edible, making them a practical, multi-use plant. Bundles were hung high enough to stop animals, but low enough for people to reach. However, when food became truly scarce, peasants had to find creative ways to stretch their supplies using ingredients that modern people would never consider edible. When times got really tough, medieval peasants discovered that trees could provide more than just wood and shelter. They could also provide food. Bark bread might sound like something you'd feed to prisoners, but it actually kept entire communities alive during the worst famines. The inner bark of birch and pine trees was the key ingredient. This layer, called cambium, contained sugars and nutrients that the tree uses to transport food between roots and leaves. It was basically tree food that humans could also digest, though it certainly didn't taste like anything you'd find in a modern bakery. Harvesting bark required careful technique to avoid killing the trees. Peasants would peel strips of outer bark to expose the inner layer, then carefully scrape away the cambium without damaging the tree's vital systems. The preparation process was time-consuming but essential. The fresh cambium was bitter and tough, so it had to be dried thoroughly before grinding. Once dried, the bark was ground into a coarse flour and mixed with regular grain flour to make bread dough. During severe famines, bark flour could make up 1/3 or more of the bread mixture, turning every loaf into a survival ration. The resulting bread was dense, chewy, and had a distinctly bitter taste that took some getting used to. Children often complained about bark bread, but parents reminded them that complaining about food was a luxury they couldn't afford during famine years. Different trees produced different flavors and nutritional values. Birch bark flour was considered the most palatable, while pine bark contained higher levels of vitamin C. Some families developed techniques to improve the taste by adding honey, animal fat, or dried berries. While bark bread provided emergency nutrition, peasants also created beverages that could boost both health and morale during difficult times. Medieval peasants discovered that some of the most annoying weeds in their gardens could be transformed into beverages that were both nutritious and surprisingly enjoyable. They figured out that if life was going to give them weeds, they might as well ferment them into something that made the hard times a little more bearable. Nettle beer was created by boiling fresh, stinging nettles with water, then adding whatever sweeteners were available: honey, tree sap, or dried fruits. Wild yeast from the air or saved yeast from previous batches would start the fermentation process. The same nettles that stung you while weeding the garden could later help you forget about the pain. The brewing process took patience and careful attention. The nettle mixture had to be boiled long enough to extract the nutrients, but not so long that it became bitter. After cooling, the liquid was transferred to wooden barrels or clay pots where fermentation could begin. Dandelion wine followed a similar process but used the bright yellow flowers instead of leaves. Dandelions were so common that even the poorest families could gather enough flowers to make several batches of wine. Both beverages were deliberately kept at low alcohol levels, just enough to preserve the liquid and provide mild relaxation, but not enough to create serious drinking problems. These were practical solutions to the challenges of medieval life. The nutritional benefits were significant. Nettles are incredibly rich in vitamins and minerals, including iron, vitamin C, and calcium. Dandelions contain vitamin A, potassium, and other nutrients that were often lacking in medieval diets. Drinking these herbal beverages was like taking medieval multivitamins, except they actually tasted good. Different families developed their own recipes and techniques. Some added other herbs like mint or sage for flavor, while others experimented with different sweeteners. Both beverages could be stored for months without spoiling. Of course, staying warm and comfortable during harsh winters required more than just good beverages. Medieval peasants turned agricultural waste into surprisingly effective bedding and insulation systems that kept families warm through the coldest winters. With no central heating and limited supplies, they had to get creative with whatever was lying around. They discovered that what looked like trash to wealthy people was actually premium comfort material for anyone clever enough to use it properly. Straw-filled mattresses were the foundation of medieval sleep comfort. Large cloth sacks were stuffed with clean, dry straw and sewn shut to create mattresses that were both soft and insulating. The straw provided cushioning while trapping air that acted as natural insulation, basically creating medieval memory foam, except it actually helped you remember what a good night's sleep felt like. These mattresses didn't just make sleeping bearable, they kept families off the cold ground and a little closer to warmth. Family sleeping arrangements were designed for maximum warmth efficiency. Multiple family members would share beds, arranged head to toe to make the most of available space and body heat. This sleeping arrangement required some negotiation about who had to deal with whose feet, but it was remarkably effective at keeping everyone warm. In small homes, it was one of the few ways to survive frigid winter nights. Heated stones became medieval hot water bottles. Large stones were heated by the fire, wrapped in rags or cloth, and tucked under blankets before bedtime. These stone heaters could keep a bed warm for hours, though care had to be taken to avoid burns. It wasn't glamorous, but it worked, and it beat freezing. Window and door insulation was achieved through strategic placement of thick cloths and tapestries. Heavy fabrics were hung over openings to create additional barriers against cold air. The quality of straw made a significant difference in comfort levels. Fresh, clean straw from wheat or barley was preferred. Smart families had a rotation system where old straw was composted for garden use, while fresh straw was prepared for bedding. Multiple layers of insulation were used throughout the house to create smaller, more easily heated spaces within larger rooms. Every bit of warmth was preserved and nothing was wasted, not even the straw under your back. But staying warm required more than just good bedding. Peasants also had to find reliable fuel sources for heating. Medieval peasants discovered that some of the best fuel for heating and cooking came from the business end of their livestock. In a time when forests weren't always nearby and wood was too valuable to waste on daily fires, people had to get creative. They figured out that what goes in one end of a cow comes out the other end as premium heating material. Though the marketing department definitely could have used some work. It may not have sounded glamorous, but when the temperatures dropped and the firewood ran low, dung became a dependable lifesaver. Cow and horse dung were the preferred materials because they burned slowly and produced steady heat. Unlike twigs or straw, which vanished in a flash, dried dung gave off a long, consistent burn. The dung was collected fresh, then shaped into flat patties and left to dry in the sun. These fuel cakes became a familiar sight near peasant homes, carefully laid out in rows like awkward little pancakes. The drying process was crucial. Wet dung would just smolder and smoke, while properly dried dung burned cleanly with minimal odor. If done right, you could light a fire without filling the house with choking fumes. The drying process required careful timing and weather awareness. You couldn't just slap dung on the ground and hope for the best. Dung patties were arranged on flat surfaces where they could get maximum sun exposure while being protected from rain. Some families built raised drying platforms or used large flat stones to catch and reflect heat. Families became expert weather predictors because nobody wanted their winter fuel supply to get rained on. A single unexpected shower could ruin weeks' worth of work, turning fuel into a soggy, useless mess. Storage was just as important as preparation. Once the dung was dry, it had to be protected from moisture and animals. Dried dung was stacked in sheds, barns, or even built into the walls of houses for insulation. These dung walls served double duty. They provided fuel for burning and insulation for warmth. In areas where winters were especially brutal, layering dried dung into the home structure made perfect sense. It was one of the few materials that could sit around the house for months without spoiling, and eventually keep you warm when the time came. The burning characteristics of dried dung were surprisingly good. When properly prepared, it produced very little smoke and burned at a steady temperature ideal for both cooking and heating. You could cook stews, bake bread, or just keep a room warm, all without needing huge quantities of fuel. Different animals produced dung with different burning qualities. Cow dung was considered the gold standard. Horse dung burned hotter and faster, but cows offered the best all-around performance, especially in terms of heat duration and cleaner burn. The economic advantages were substantial. Dung was free, renewable, and available year-round as long as you had livestock. You didn't need a forest, a saw, or a wagon to get it. Unlike wood, which required time and effort to cut and transport, dung literally delivered itself to your doorstep on a daily basis. Every animal provided a fresh supply of fuel, making it one of the most sustainable heating methods available. What others might have seen as waste, medieval peasants saw as warmth, and in the middle of winter, that was all that mattered. However, fuel wasn't the only way peasants used natural materials to stay warm. They also discovered that winter weather itself could provide excellent insulation. Medieval peasants figured out that the same snow that made their lives miserable could also be used to make their homes significantly warmer. For most of the year, snow was the enemy, blocking paths, freezing livestock troughs, and making it harder to get anything done. But once they realized what it could do for insulation, they started seeing it as a useful gift. They discovered that nature was basically delivering free insulation material right to their doorstep, whether they ordered it or not. Snow walls were built by packing fresh snow against the exterior walls of houses, creating additional layers of insulation that could make a dramatic difference in indoor temperatures. In many cases, the difference was enough to help families burn less firewood and still stay relatively warm inside. The technique was so effective that some families actually looked forward to heavy snowfalls, knowing that each storm was bringing them better home insulation. A thick snow wall didn't just block the wind, it acted like a thermal blanket wrapped around the house. The science behind snow insulation was solid, even though medieval peasants didn't understand the physics involved. Snow contains a high percentage of trapped air, which is an excellent insulator. These air pockets reduce heat transfer, making snow one of the few natural materials that can keep heat in and cold out at the same time. A properly constructed snow wall could reduce heat loss through walls by up to 50%, making it like adding an extra layer of medieval siding. That was no small improvement in an age where most homes were built of wood, wattle, and daub, or stone without any real insulation. Construction techniques were important for creating effective snow walls. It wasn't just a matter of shoveling snow up against the house and hoping for the best. The snow had to be packed firmly against the house, but not so tightly that it lost its insulating air pockets. Getting the density right required experience and practice. Too loose and it would crumble. Too packed and it lost its warmth-retaining properties. Over time, experienced families learned how to apply the snow in layers, pressing and shaping it just right. Different types of snow worked better for different applications. Fresh, powdery snow was excellent for insulation, but difficult to pack into stable walls. It had the most air, but the least cohesion. Slightly wet snow was easier to work with and held its shape better, though it was heavier. In some areas, people would wait for the perfect snow consistency before building their walls, similar to how modern builders wait for the right kind of cement mix. Maintenance was an ongoing concern throughout the winter. Snow didn't just sit there untouched. Wind and temperature changes could cause snow walls to settle or develop gaps that reduced their effectiveness. Animals could dig into them, or thawing and refreezing could lead to cracks. Still, families kept an eye on them, patching holes and repacking soft spots. The fuel savings alone made snow wall construction worth the effort. In a world where every log counted and warmth wasn't guaranteed, cutting down on heat loss was a survival tactic, not just a comfort measure. Some communities developed sophisticated snow management systems that involve multiple families working together to build and maintain insulation barriers. In especially harsh regions, neighbors would coordinate snowpacking days, reinforcing the walls of one home after another. It was both a social and practical effort, one that turned the season's biggest nuisance into a shared solution. Snow may have made their lives harder, but with a little effort, it also made their homes a little warmer. But staying warm required more than just clever insulation. Peasants also discovered that the byproducts of their heating fires could serve multiple practical purposes around the home. Medieval peasants never threw away wood ash after their fires burned out. They knew it was far too valuable to waste. They treated ash like medieval gold dust, except it was gray, messy, and had a habit of clinging to everything. When mixed with water, ash produced a substance called lye, a basic soap that was surprisingly effective for cleaning. This homemade cleanser worked for washing hands, dishes, and clothes, cutting through grease and grime far better than people might assume for something scooped out of a fireplace. Ash also played a big role in managing unpleasant smells. It was regularly sprinkled over food scraps, chamber pots, and latrines to mask odors and keep flies away. It acted like a medieval air freshener, one that didn't come in a fancy container, but actually worked even if it looked like someone had spilled their chimney. In the pantry, small amounts of ash were used to preserve grains. A thin dusting over stored food created an alkaline environment that insects hated, helping keep the family's grain supply safe without the need for expensive or unavailable pest control. During winter, ash found its way into basic medical care. People rubbed it on sore spots or minor wounds to help absorb moisture and prevent infection. It wasn't exactly comfortable. Ash probably stung on raw skin, but it often worked well enough to keep things from getting worse. Best of all, ash was free. It came with every fire and didn't require a trip to the market. Hardwood ash was especially valued for soap making due to its higher lye content, while softwood ash was preferred for general household use. Over time, smart families learned exactly which wood produced the most useful ash and made sure not a pinch went to waste. These medieval solutions prove that human creativity flourishes under pressure. Simple materials became powerful tools when ordinary people applied intelligence, patience, and determination to life's greatest challenges. In the Middle Ages, not every job was about fighting or farming. Some people worked in ways most of us wouldn't even try for 5 minutes. These jobs were messy, strange, and sometimes hard to believe, but they were real. Let's kick things off with one of the most putrid professions of the Middle Ages, the tanner. These brave souls transformed raw animal hides into leather using methods that would make your stomach turn. When an animal was slaughtered, tanners took the unwanted skins and began their foul work. How did they remove hair and flesh from the hides? By soaking everything in vats filled with urine. The medieval tanning industry was basically one giant toilet bowl with a business plan. Talk about a job where you were literally taking the piss. Towns collected urine in communal pots for tanners to use. In some places, special urine collectors would go door to door gathering this precious tanning fluid from households. If they ran short on urine, they'd substitute with dog or chicken poop. Medieval fashion was quite literally the product of craftsmanship. This disgusting process could last for months. Tanners would regularly stir these putrid vats with long poles, releasing clouds of eye-watering ammonia. The stench was so overpowering that medieval towns forced tanners to work downwind from everyone else. Laws required tanneries to be built on the edge of town, usually downstream so their waste wouldn't contaminate water that other trades needed. In some cities, tanners could only marry within their profession because nobody else could stand their smell. Their dating profile would have read, "Enjoys long walks by the cesspool and brings work home with him." Literally. The smell permanently embedded itself in their skin and clothes, making them instantly recognizable and avoidable in any crowd. Despite creating essential products, shoes, belts, armor straps, saddles, and more, tanners were paid terribly. A skilled tanner might spend a full year processing leather, earning barely enough to feed his family. It was the only job where your career quite literally stank, and so did your paycheck. The finished leather was incredibly durable, though. All that soaking in bodily waste actually created products that could last for decades. Many of the leather items preserved from the medieval period still maintain their strength and flexibility today, which is pretty impressive considering they're hundreds of years old. Speaking of jobs nobody wanted, at least tanners kept their feet on solid ground. Other medieval workers weren't so lucky, especially those who faced danger at dizzying heights. Have you ever wondered how those massive stone blocks got to the top of medieval cathedrals? Meet the treadmill crane operators, the unsung daredevils of medieval construction. These workers spent their days inside giant wooden wheels that looked like oversized hamster toys. The principle was simple. Humans walked inside these massive wooden treadmills to generate power, which then lifted heavy stones and building materials to dizzying heights. Medieval construction crews were basically using human-sized pet toys to build churches. Gym memberships were completely unnecessary back then. The treadmill cranes towered hundreds of feet in the air above cathedral construction sites. Unlike modern workers with safety harnesses and steel-toed boots, medieval crane operators had nothing. No safety equipment, no backup plans, just wooden platforms beneath their feet and the constant awareness that one slip meant certain death. A single treadmill could lift stones weighing up to 2,000 pounds. Sometimes multiple men would work inside a single wheel, coordinating their steps to maintain a steady lifting pace. One medieval record from Notre Dame Cathedral noted that 4 men working a treadmill could lift a 1-ton stone about 70 feet in just 10 minutes. Impressive efficiency considering they were basically just walking in place. The worst danger came from the wheel itself. The wooden mechanism had no brakes or safety stops. If a worker tripped or lost their footing while a heavy stone was being lifted, the wheel would spin backward at incredible speed. It was essentially a medieval version of being thrown into a washing machine. Except instead of getting clean, you'd get crushed. Limbs caught in the reversing wheel would be instantly mangled or severed. During winter, the job became even more treacherous. Wooden platforms would become slick with ice and snow, while the workers' frozen hands struggled to maintain their grip. Many cathedrals took decades to complete, which meant generations of wheelwalkers climbed to those deadly heights day after day, year after year. Despite the crucial nature of their work, treadmill operators were among the lowest paid construction workers. Their dangerous efforts literally raised medieval cities toward the heavens, yet they received almost no recognition. While master masons and architects gained fame and fortune, the men who powered the actual lifting remained anonymous figures in history, from heights that would make most people dizzy to depths that would make anyone gag. The next job involves diving into the foulest pits in medieval society. What happened after medieval people used the toilet? Someone had to deal with that mess. Enter the gong farmer, possibly the worst-smelling job in history. Gong was actually an old word for waste or excrement, so these weren't farmers in the traditional sense, unless you count harvesting human poop as agriculture. Their crop was crap, and business was always booming. Gong farmers worked exclusively at night, from 9 in the evening until 5 in the morning. Medieval towns simply didn't want to see or smell these workers during daylight hours when people were trying to eat or conduct business. Their task? To climb down into cesspits and latrines beneath medieval towns and scoop out human waste. With no indoor plumbing, medieval toilets were typically holes that dropped waste into pits below. Armed with shovels and buckets, gong farmers would descend into these foul chambers and manually remove the contents. The dangers were numerous. Many died from falling into deep cesspits and drowning in excrement. Others succumbed to asphyxiation from methane gas. Disease was constant, with no protection except perhaps a rag tied over the face. Surprisingly, gong farmers were well paid. In 16th century England, they earned 6 pence per ton of waste removed, about what a skilled craftsman might make in an entire week. When your job literally stinks, at least the pay shouldn't. The collected waste would be carted to dumping grounds outside city walls or sold to farmers as fertilizer. Despite their crucial role in keeping medieval cities from drowning in their own filth, Gong farmers were social outcasts who lived in segregated areas and even sat apart in church. While Gong farmers dealt with the waste of the living, other medieval workers had to handle those who'd left this world. Life was harsh in medieval times, and someone had to carry out justice's darkest sentences. The executioner stood ready with an axe, rope, or hot iron in hand, delivering society's final punishment to criminals. Unlike today's anonymous prison workers, medieval executioners were well known, yet universally avoided. The job came with a strange mix of legal protection and social rejection. Executioners couldn't be charged with murder for their official duties. They were the only people who could kill someone in public and get thanked instead of arrested. But this legal protection came at a steep social cost. Most executioners lived on the edge of town in isolated homes marked with red paint or special symbols. They wore distinctive clothing like bright red hoods or gloves, making them instantly recognizable and avoidable wherever they went. Their work went far beyond simple hangings. Medieval executioners were skilled in multiple forms of death and torture, from quick beheadings to drawn-out punishments designed to cause maximum suffering. They needed to understand anatomy well enough to break someone on the wheel without killing them too quickly or to remove a hand without causing fatal blood loss. Being an executioner was often a family business passed down through generations. Children of executioners typically couldn't attend regular schools or marry outside their caste. Talk about bringing your work home. Dinner conversation at an executioner's house must have been absolutely killer. Due to their outcast status, executioners often took on additional unsavory tasks that no one else wanted. They might remove dead animal carcasses from streets, clean the town gallows, or collect taxes from lepers and prostitutes. In some towns, they even doubled as gong farmers during busy periods. While feared by most, executioners were sometimes sought out as healers. People believed that an executioner's touch had magical healing properties. Some executioners sold pieces of the rope used in hangings as good luck charms or medicine. Medieval folk would literally buy something from the same guy who just chopped off their neighbor's head. From delivering death as punishment to collecting creatures that delivered life-saving medicine, our next disgusting medieval job involved wading into cold ponds for slimy, blood-sucking creatures. Before modern medicine, bloodletting was all the rage. Doctors believed that removing bad blood could cure almost any ailment. Enter the leech collector, medieval medicine's unsung hero, who supplied these blood-hungry creatures to doctors across Europe. The job was simple in theory, but awful in practice. Leech collectors would wade barefoot into muddy ponds and swamps where leeches lived. The goal? To become bait. It was the only profession where success meant literally having the lifeblood sucked out of you. Talk about a job that really gets under your skin. Most collectors used their own legs as leech lures, walking slowly through shallow water until the parasites attached to their bare skin. Once a good number had latched on, they would carefully remove them and place them in containers filled with water. These workers were the original blood donors, except instead of a cookie and orange juice afterward, they got poverty and infections. The physical toll was immense. Constant blood loss led to weakness, anemia, and dizziness. The wounds from leech bites often became infected, and collectors developed open sores on their legs that never fully healed. Their dating prospects were pretty limited too. So what do you do for a living? Rarely went well when the answer was, I let swamp creatures feast on my blood. At the height of the bloodletting craze in the early 1800s, France alone was importing more than 40 million leeches per year. The demand was so high that natural leech populations were nearly wiped out in some areas of Europe. This scarcity drove prices up, making the profession briefly lucrative despite its obvious drawbacks. It was the medieval version of a startup bubble, just with more actual sucking. As difficult as dealing with blood-sucking creatures was, at least leech collectors generally worked with the living. Some medieval jobs required facing something far worse. When the Black Death swept through Europe in the mid-14th century, someone had to collect and bury the mounting piles of corpses. Plague barriers took on this grim task, becoming the final handlers for victims of history's most devastating pandemic. Death carts rumbled through streets day and night, accompanied by the haunting call, "Bring out your dead." Plague barriers would go door to door, collecting bodies from homes where entire families had perished. They used long hooks to drag corpses from buildings without having to enter, though this grim method often resulted in bodies being badly damaged. Medieval social distancing was less about staying 6 feet apart and more about keeping 6 feet under. The risk was enormous. These workers had almost no protection from infection beyond a simple cloth mask soaked in vinegar or herbs, which they believed would filter out the bad air that spread disease. Many plague barriers were criminals given the choice between this deadly work or execution. Others were desperate peasants who had lost everything and saw this dangerous job as their only option for survival. In London alone, records suggest more than 100,000 people died during the worst outbreak of plague, roughly half the city's population. At the height of the pandemic, plague barriers could collect several hundred bodies per day from a single neighborhood. The sheer volume overwhelmed church graveyards, forcing the creation of massive plague pits outside city walls. These pits were nightmarish. Some were 40 feet deep and could hold thousands of bodies layered with lime to reduce the smell. In archaeological excavations of these sites, bodies are often found tossed in haphazardly, a stark contrast to the careful burials normally practiced in medieval times. If you think your job is soul-crushing, at least you're not literally surrounded by piles of corpses every workday. Initially, plague barriers attempted some semblance of funeral rites, saying brief prayers as they worked. But as death tolls mounted, even these minimal ceremonies disappeared. Bodies were simply dumped as quickly as possible before the barriers moved on to the next collection point. Many plague barriers received free alcohol to help them cope with the horror and mask the stench of decomposition. This led to stories of drunken burial teams dropping bodies in the streets or fighting over valuable items found on corpses. The workplace drinking policy was less, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, and more, drink until you can't smell death anymore. The psychological toll was immeasurable. Plague barriers often became numb to the constant exposure to death, developing a dark humor that shocked their contemporaries. Many died from the plague themselves, while survivors were permanently marked by their experiences, sometimes literally, as communities would brand or tattoo plague workers to identify them even after the epidemic passed. While plague barriers dealt with the dead, other medieval workers had to endure some truly foul working conditions. Laundry was a team sport in medieval times. You brought the cloth. They brought the bodily fluids. Fullers were essential workers who turned rough, freshly woven wool into usable fabric, using methods that would make modern dry cleaners quit on the spot. The fulling process was crucial for wool fabric. Raw wool straight from the loom was loose, oily, and unwearable. To make it suitable for clothing, it needed to be fulled, a process that cleaned, thickened, and strengthened the material. And how did medieval fullers accomplish this vital textile transformation? With a disgusting combination of human urine, clay, and vigorous stomping. First, fullers collected urine. Lots of it. Fresh urine wouldn't do. They needed the stale stuff that had broken down into ammonia. In medieval towns, fullers would leave collection pots on street corners where men would relieve themselves after a night at the tavern. It gives a whole new meaning to community contribution. In some places, fullers collected household urine in jars that were left on the street specifically for this purpose, sometimes paying a small fee for particularly well-fermented batches. Once enough urine was gathered, fullers would pour it into large wooden vats along with the raw wool cloth. Then came the truly revolting part. Workers would climb into these vats barefoot and begin stomping on the fabric, often for hours at a time. The ammonia in the urine would break down grease and oils in the wool, while the stomping action matted the fibers together, creating a denser, stronger material. The fuller's life was a stinking one. They spent their days ankle-deep in human waste, performing exhausting physical labor. The ammonia fumes caused eye and lung irritation, while prolonged exposure to urine led to foot infections and skin problems. You could always identify a fuller by their distinctive walk, a combination of chemical burns and the permanent stench that kept everyone at a distance. In larger textile towns, fulling mills eventually developed, where wooden hammers powered by water wheels would pound the fabric instead of human feet. But human-powered fulling remained common in many places until the late medieval period. Records from Florence, Italy, show that in the early 14th century, the city had over 200 fulling workshops employing thousands of workers, all processing wool in urine vats. After stomping, the cloth would be rinsed in water and stretched on large wooden frames called tenters, which gave us the phrase on tenterhooks. Fullers would use sharp hooks to stretch the cloth evenly as it dried, ensuring the final product was smooth and uniform. The profession was so important that Fuller became a common surname that still exists today. If your last name is Fuller, congratulations. Your ancestors likely spent their days stomping around in medieval pee pools. That's something to share at family reunions. While fullers used plenty of urine in their work, they didn't always collect it themselves. There was an even more unpleasant profession dedicated solely to gathering this valuable medieval resource. Enter the urine collector, a medieval professional with possibly the least appealing container in history. These brave souls walked town streets gathering human waste liquid from homes and public collection pots. Medieval people didn't use fancy terminology. These workers were bluntly called piss collectors. When your job title makes small children giggle and adults cringe, you know you've reached a special level of career achievement. Their daily routine involved carrying heavy, sloshing buckets through narrow, filthy streets full of obstacles. One wrong step on uneven cobblestones could mean disaster. A spill that would ruin your day, your clothes, and any chance of being welcome in public places for weeks. The collectors delivered their aromatic harvests to tanners, cloth fullers, and dyers who relied on urine's ammonia for breaking down materials. They were essentially medieval recycling workers, just with a product nobody wanted to acknowledge producing. Urine was surprisingly valuable in the medieval economy. Professional collectors could earn decent wages, especially in major textile towns with high demand. Some town records show urine collectors making more than common laborers, proving that handling disgusting materials could literally pay off. However, their pay came with obvious social costs. Collectors were avoided by most townspeople and typically lived in isolated areas. They were the original essential workers, absolutely necessary for industries to function, yet people only wanted to see them when they needed something. While urine collectors dealt with one bodily fluid, other medieval workers faced even more dangerous encounters with creatures that actively tried to bite, scratch, and infect them. These were the original exterminators, just less gloves, more teeth. Rat catchers handled medieval Europe's relentless rodent problem using methods that would make modern health inspectors faint. Rats thrived in medieval cities. Poor sanitation, open sewers, and accessible food storage created a rat paradise. When infestations threatened to destroy a family's winter food supply or spread disease, desperate towns would hire rat catchers. Most rat catchers used their bare hands, small clubs, or nets to capture rodents. Some used trained dogs or ferrets to flush rats from hiding places. Payment often depended on producing evidence of kills, so rat catchers would cut off the tails as proof. Some dishonest rat catchers ran scams by releasing pregnant females back into buildings, ensuring future employment. It was the medieval version of job security. Breed your own customers. The health risks were enormous. Rat bites frequently became infected, and fleas jumping from rats to humans spread bubonic plague. They were essentially playing a deadly game of tag with the Grim Reaper every workday. In a cruel twist of fate, rat catchers were often blamed for the very plague outbreaks they were fighting against. Their contact with infected areas made them appear to be carriers themselves. From dealing with live vermin to pulling bad teeth, our next disgusting profession combined healthcare and dental in ways that would horrify modern medical professionals. Need a tooth pulled in medieval times? You weren't headed to a trained dentist, just someone with pliers and a strong stomach. Tooth drawers were the brave or foolish souls who handled medieval dental emergencies with tools that would make modern dentists faint. These practitioners had no formal training or education, just a set of crude metal pliers and perhaps a knife. Medieval dental school consisted entirely of watching someone else yank teeth, then saying, "I can do that," while desperately needing the money. When toothaches became unbearable, people would seek out these tooth drawers, who often worked in markets alongside other tradespeople. The procedure was brutally simple. Grip the offending tooth with pliers and pull with all your might. No anesthetic, no sterilization, and frequently no success on the first attempt. Some tooth drawers would offer alcohol to dull the pain, but many couldn't afford even this basic courtesy. The medieval equivalent of "this won't hurt a bit" was "try not to bite my fingers off while you're screaming." Infections were common. Broken teeth, damaged gums, and jaw injuries were standard outcomes. Many patients developed life-threatening abscesses after these crude extractions. The lucky ones merely lost more teeth than intended. To distract from the pain and attract customers, some tooth drawers became entertainers. They would perform extractions in public while telling jokes or singing songs, turning dental agony into a bizarre form of street theater. It was the medieval version of dinner and a show, except the dinner was blood and the show was your neighbor's anguish. From tanners to tooth drawers, the disgusting jobs of medieval times remind us how far we've come. Modern work might be stressful, but at least it doesn't involve standing ankle deep in urine, blood, or someone else's extracted molars. Medieval peasants didn't have soap like we do today. No fancy body washes, shampoos, or foamy hand soap. But they weren't just walking dirt clumps either. They had to get creative to stay somewhat clean, or at least avoid smelling like a barnyard disaster. Now, let's dive into how medieval peasants kept clean using rivers, lakes, and rainwater. And trust me, it's not as gross as you might think. Well, maybe a little. You know that feeling when you're camping and haven't showered for days? Well, medieval peasants lived that life 24/7, but they weren't exactly the filthy creatures we sometimes imagine. In fact, they were pretty creative when it came to staying clean without fancy soaps and indoor plumbing. Rivers and lakes were basically their local spa centers. Instead of paying $50 for a day pass, peasants would trek down to the nearest water source and take a good old-fashioned dip. Of course, these weren't exactly the crystal-clear waters you'd find at a modern resort. Picture more of a murky soup with a dash of animal waste and whatever else happened to float downstream. But hey, beggars can't be choosers, right? It's surprising how medieval peasants actually bathed more often than most people think. Historical records from English villages show that river bathing was a regular activity, especially during the warmer months. One account from a 13th century village mentions how the local miller complained about too many naked bodies blocking his water wheel. I guess you could say it was the medieval version of pool crowding. Rain was basically their version of a free shower subscription. When those dark clouds rolled in, peasants would often strip down to their undergarments and let nature do its thing. They'd even collect rainwater in wooden barrels for later use. Talk about an early version of water conservation. Though I can't help but wonder what the local priest thought about all these people dancing around in the rain. Probably blaming it on those wild pagan traditions or something. But medieval people had some surprisingly sophisticated ideas about hygiene. They believed that opening your pores with hot water and then closing them with cold water was good for health. Modern science actually backs this up. Alternating temperatures can improve circulation and boost the immune system. Who knew our ancestors were onto something? The whole bathing situation wasn't just about getting clean, it was also a social activity. Think of it as their version of going to the coffee shop, except everyone was naked and probably a bit smelly. Women would gather to wash clothes and themselves, sharing the latest village gossip. Men would often bathe together after working in the fields. There are even records of villages having designated bathing days, usually before Sunday church services, because nothing says, "I'm ready to praise the Lord," like not smelling like last week's manure. Of course, winter was a different story altogether. When the rivers froze over and the rain turned to snow, staying clean became more challenging. Most peasants would resort to what we now call a cat bath, using a damp cloth to wipe down the essential areas. They'd focus on faces, hands, and feet, which makes sense considering those were the parts most likely to be seen by others. The rest? Well, let's just say layers of wool clothing came in handy for more than just warmth. One particularly amusing account from a medieval chronicle describes how a group of peasants broke through river ice to bathe before Christmas Mass, only to have their clothes freeze solid on the bank. They had to waddle back to their houses in frozen garments, looking like walking statues. The local priest apparently used this as a sermon example of why vanity was a sin, though I suspect it had more to do with common sense than divine punishment. Recent archaeological findings have actually shown us that many medieval villages had designated washing areas along riverbanks, complete with wooden platforms and even crude benches. These spots would have been especially busy during festival times and before major religious holidays. Imagine dozens of people lined up along the river, scrubbing away while trying not to fall in. Medieval water aerobics, if you will. But perhaps the most ingenious aspect of medieval bathing was their understanding of water flow. peasants knew to bathe downstream from where they collected drinking water. They also figured out that moving water was cleaner than standing water, something that wouldn't be scientifically proven until centuries later. Though I'm pretty sure they learned this through trial and error rather than careful scientific observation, nothing motivates good hygiene practices quite like a bad case of stomach problems. One fascinating detail from medieval court records shows that some villages actually had bathing wardens, people whose job it was to make sure nobody hogged the best spots or caused trouble during communal bathing times. Imagine being the medieval equivalent of a lifeguard, except instead of watching for drowning, you're making sure Farmer John isn't taking too long scrubbing his back while others wait their turn. Speaking of cleaning up, you won't believe what medieval folks used when they ran out of water, but that's where ashes and sand come into play. Wood ash was the medieval peasants' secret weapon. Every time they lit a fire, which was pretty much every day unless you enjoyed eating raw chicken, they'd collect the leftover ashes. These weren't just any old ashes. They contained potassium carbonate, which is basically nature's soap. The chemistry behind it is actually pretty cool. When mixed with water, it creates a weak alkaline solution that breaks down oils and grease. Today, we pay top dollar for natural skincare products, while medieval peasants were literally using trash to get clean. A medieval cleaning manual from the 1300s recommended mixing wood ash with a bit of urine for extra cleaning power. Before you gag, hear me out. Urine contains ammonia, which is still used in some cleaning products today. Though I have to say, I'm pretty glad we've moved past that particular cleaning hack. Can you imagine trying to sell that at a modern farmer's market? All natural, organic cleaner, now with extra P. Sand was another popular choice, especially near coastal areas. Think of it as medieval exfoliation, rough enough to scrub off dirt, but not so rough that you'd lose a layer of skin. Some clever peasants would mix fine river sand with crushed herbs like lavender or rosemary. Archaeological digs have found small pouches of this mixture in medieval homes, usually near washing areas. It's basically the 12th century version of those fancy salt scrubs people pay $30 for at beauty stores. Scientists studying medieval pottery have found traces of ash residue with surprisingly consistent chemical compositions, suggesting people actually had preferred recipes for their cleaning ash. Some villages even had specific types of trees they'd use for ash making, believing certain woods created better cleaning products. Oak was particularly prized because it produced fine white ash that was less likely to stain clothes, medieval brand loyalty at its finest. Crushed herbs weren't just for making the cleaning mixture smell nice, though that was definitely a bonus when you're using ashes and sand to get clean. Many common medieval herbs like thyme, sage, and mint have natural antibacterial properties. Our ancestors might not have known about germs, but they figured out what worked through good old trial and error. A medieval medical text from 1250 mentions that soldiers who used herb-infused ash to clean wounds had better survival rates. That's some impressive medieval science right there. The whole ash collecting business became such a big deal that some villages had designated ash collectors, usually older women who couldn't do heavy field work anymore. They'd go house to house collecting quality ash and trading it for food or other goods. Talk about a medieval side hustle. One village record from 1386 mentions a woman known as Agnes Ash Gatherer, who apparently made quite a good living from her ash trading business. But it wasn't all sophisticated herb mixtures and carefully curated ashes. Sometimes, especially during long winter months when herbs were scarce, peasants would just grab whatever was available. One amusing court record from 1342 describes a dispute between two neighbors over stolen ashes. Apparently, one guy had been sneaking into his neighbor's yard at night to raid their ash pile. Medieval crime at its finest, folks. The truly desperate times called for creative solutions. When ash and sand weren't available, people would use whatever abrasive material they could find. Crushed eggshells, fine gravel, or even dried and crushed clay. A medieval writer complained about students at Oxford using precious parchment scraps as cleaning rags, much to their professor's horror. I guess some things never change. Students will always find ways to repurpose school supplies. On particularly cold days, when the thought of mixing ash with freezing water seemed about as appealing as hugging a thorn bush, peasants would dry clean themselves by rubbing the ash directly on their skin and then brushing it off. It wasn't perfect, but it helped remove excess oils and dirt. This technique was especially popular among travelers who couldn't exactly carry around buckets of water with them. Recent studies of medieval household waste sites have revealed something pretty interesting. Different regions had their own unique ash mixtures based on local plants. Coastal areas often mixed seaweed ash with their wood ash, while forest regions preferred pine ash mixed with crushed pine needles. Turns out medieval cleaning products had terroir, just like wine. One archaeologist even managed to recreate some of these mixtures and found they were surprisingly effective at removing grease and grime. Some medieval medical texts actually recommended specific cleaning mixtures for different social classes. Apparently, nobles needed gentler ash mixtures because their skin was more delicate, while peasants could handle the rough stuff. I guess even medieval doctors knew how to flatter their wealthy patients. There's even a record of a noble lady complaining that her servants were using her special ash mixture, the medieval equivalent of stealing your expensive shampoo. While we're on the subject of cleaning up with whatever's available, you won't believe what medieval people used when nature called. Forget about fancy toilet paper and wet wipes. Medieval folks had to get creative when nature called. After using those ashes for cleaning their bodies, they faced an even more interesting challenge: cleaning up after doing their business. Your average medieval peasant had a few go-to options when it came to wiping. Leaves were the most common choice, nature's toilet paper, if you will. But not just any leaves would do. They learned pretty quickly which ones work best and which ones they should absolutely avoid. Soft, broad leaves like mullein, also known as cowboy toilet paper, even today, were the premium choice. Imagine having to check every leaf for poison ivy. That's one mistake you'd only make once. Moss was another popular option, and surprisingly practical. It's naturally soft, absorbent, and some species even have mild antibacterial properties. Medieval peasants would collect and dry it specifically for this purpose. Dried moss could be stored for winter use when leaves weren't available. In fact, archaeologists have found traces of moss in medieval latrines, suggesting this wasn't just a one-off solution, but a regular practice. Then there were the hay wipers, exactly what it sounds like. Dried grass or straw bundled together made a surprisingly effective cleaning tool. A medieval account from 1349 mentions a farmer storing special hay in his outhouse, separate from the animal feed. This might explain why some medieval barns had two hay storage areas, one for the animals and one for other purposes. The communal outhouse situation gets even more interesting. Some places had what was called a wipe stick, basically a wooden stick wrapped in cloth that everyone shared. Yes, you read that right. Shared. These sticks would be soaked in vinegar or salt water between uses, which they thought made them clean enough to use again. A medieval monastery's expense records show regular purchases of cloth specifically for their communal wipe sticks. Talk about saving money on supplies. Wealthier medieval folks sometimes used imported wool cloth, which must have felt like pure luxury compared to leaves and moss. A merchant's record from 1387 actually lists special cleaning cloths as a luxury item, right up there with spices and fine wines. Apparently, having soft material to wipe with was considered a status symbol. Some nobles even had special cloth wipes embroidered with their family crest because nothing says, "I'm rich," like wiping your backside with monogram fabric. The poorest peasants often had to resort to using their left hand and water, which is why the left hand became associated with uncleanliness in many cultures. This practice led to some interesting social rules. Never eat with your left hand, never greet someone with your left hand, and definitely don't wave at the local lord with it. A medieval court record mentions a man being fined for inappropriate use of his right hand at dinner. Apparently, he forgot which hand was his clean one. Archaeological digs at medieval sites have uncovered some fascinating evidence about these practices. In one village cesspit, they found layers of decomposed plant material that, when analyzed, contained a mix of leaves, moss, and grass species that didn't naturally grow together. This suggests people were actually cultivating or collecting specific plants for this purpose. Medieval bathroom planning at its finest. Some medieval towns had regulations about what could be used for wiping in public outhouses. One town's rule book from 1390 specifically banned the use of important documents for wiping. Apparently, some people were stealing pages from the town records for toilet paper. The fine for this offense was pretty steep too. I guess you could say they took their paperwork seriously. The whole situation with cleaning up actually led to some interesting innovations. Some clever medieval folk would keep a small bucket of vinegar water near their outhouses to dampen their cleaning material, creating a medieval version of wet wipes. A monastery's medical text even recommended adding certain herbs to this water to prevent discomfort in delicate areas. Recent studies of medieval hygiene practices have revealed that some communities actually organized their outhouses based on social status. The village leader would get the premium spot, usually uphill and upwind from everyone else. Meanwhile, the poorest villagers had to make do with whatever spot was left. A medieval version of location, 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 if you ask me. The seasonal changes also affected these practices. During summer, people would gather and dry extra leaves and moss, storing them for winter use. One medieval household record mentions a family's winter wipe box, basically a medieval bathroom cabinet. They'd also collect certain types of bark that could be softened and used when other materials were scarce. Talk about planning ahead. But perhaps the most incredible find was in a well-preserved medieval outhouse in York, England. Archaeologists discovered what appears to be a designated cleaning corner, complete with shelves for different materials and even a small container that might have held that vinegar water mixture. It seems some people took their bathroom organization pretty seriously even back then. Speaking of keeping clean in delicate areas, you'll never guess what medieval people used to keep their hair clean. Hair care in medieval times was a whole different ballgame. After dealing with the basics of keeping clean, people had to tackle the challenge of managing their hair. And boy, did they come up with some interesting solutions. Medieval lice combs were actually works of art, if you can believe it. Made from bone, wood, or even precious metals for the wealthy, these combs had two sides, one with wider teeth for detangling, and another with superfine teeth for removing lice and their eggs. Archaeologists have found these combs everywhere, from peasant homes to royal palaces. The oldest one discovered dates back to the 9th century and still had preserved lice eggs stuck in it. Talk about a bad hair day that lasted over 1,000 years. The winner of medieval hair care were herbs. People would steep rosemary, lavender, and sage in vinegar or wine to create hair rinses that actually worked. Modern science has proven these herbs have natural insecticidal properties. A 13th century recipe book recommended rubbing crushed bay leaves into the scalp to keep lice away. And wouldn't you know it, bay leaves contain natural compounds that repel insects. These medieval folks were accidentally doing science. One particular hair treatment deserves a special mention: urine. Yes, you read that right. Some medieval people would wash their hair in stale urine, claiming it made their hair lighter and cleaner. The ammonia in urine does actually have a bleaching effect. It's the same chemical that makes modern hair bleach work. Though personally, I think I'll stick with my store-bought shampoo rather than waiting for my hair wash to ferment. Rich people had their own fancy hair care routines. A noblewoman's beauty manual from 1395 recommended a hair mask made from egg whites, honey, and alum. The funny part? Scientists recently tested this recipe and found it actually forms a protein-rich conditioning treatment. Some high-end salons today charge hundreds for similar all-natural treatments. The medieval solution to dandruff was pretty creative too. They'd rub their scalps with a mixture of ground mustard seeds and vinegar. Modern research shows mustard seeds contain compounds that fight fungal infections, which is exactly what causes dandruff. A court record from 1378 mentions a merchant being caught selling fake premium mustard seeds for hair care. Even back then, people were trying to make a quick buck off beauty products. The medieval barber's toolkit would make modern hairstylists laugh. Besides scissors and combs, they used special scrapers to remove lice eggs, herbal powders to absorb grease, and even small tongs heated in the fire to curl hair. A guild record from 1342 lists the required tools for a qualified barber, including something called a nitpicker's lamp for better visibility during delousing sessions. But the most fascinating aspect of medieval hair care was how it became a social activity. Women would gather to help each other with complex braiding and delousing sessions. These grooming circles were like medieval beauty salons, where people would share gossip, arrange marriages, and even conduct business deals while picking lice out of each other's hair. Talk about multitasking. Archaeological evidence shows that some medieval communities had designated grooming houses where people would gather for hair care. These buildings often had good lighting, which is rare for medieval times, and special benches arranged in circles. One well-preserved site in York even had a collection of dropped hairpins, combs, and small mirrors, basically a medieval beauty parlor frozen in time. Recent analysis of medieval hair care recipes shows they were surprisingly sophisticated. For example, a treatment for dry hair combines egg yolks, olive oil, and crushed rose petals, ingredients that modern science confirms are rich in proteins, healthy fats, and natural moisturizers. A monastery's expense records from 1367 show regular purchases of these ingredients specifically for hair care purposes. The whole business of hair care was taken so seriously that some towns had professional hair inspectors who would check children's heads for lice before they could attend church schools. One particularly amusing court record from 1389 describes a dispute between two such inspectors over territory. Apparently, they had gotten into a fist fight over who had the right to delouse which street. Medieval people even had their own version of dry shampoo. They would sprinkle their hair with powdered herbs and clay, then brush it out thoroughly. This actually helped absorb excess oil and add a pleasant scent. Analysis of a noblewoman's personal grooming kit, found in a 14th century tomb, revealed traces of powdered cloves, lavender, and white clay. Pretty much the same ingredients used in some modern dry shampoos. But perhaps the most unexpected discovery comes from a recently excavated medieval barbershop in London. Archaeologists found evidence of what appears to be a primitive form of hair dye made from walnut shells, iron filings, and wine. Tests showed this concoction could actually create a long-lasting dark color, though it probably wasn't great for hair health, but keeping your hair clean was only half the battle. Medieval folks had some equally interesting ways of keeping their teeth sparkly white. You know that minty fresh feeling you get after brushing your teeth? Well, medieval people wanted fresh breath too. They just had some very different ways of getting it. While we enjoy our electric toothbrushes and fluoride toothpaste, our ancestors were chewing on sticks and using powders that would probably make a modern dentist faint. The most common medieval toothbrush was actually just a twig, but not any old twig would do. People specifically chose branches from aromatic trees like dogwood or cherry. They'd chew one end until it got frayed like a brush, then use it to scrub their teeth. The funny thing is, scientists have found that many of these trees naturally contain compounds that fight bacteria. A monk's diary from 1321 mentions that the monastery's cherry trees were practically stripped bare of small branches, not by thieves wanting cherries, but by people needing toothbrushes. Another record shows a town actually passing laws to protect their dogwood trees from overzealous tooth cleaners. Medieval tooth powder recipes would shock any modern dental hygiene company. Crushed eggshells and chalk were common ingredients, which actually makes sense since they contain calcium carbonate, the same stuff in modern toothpaste. But then things get weird. One popular recipe called for powdered mouse bones mixed with honey and salt. A court record from 1385 shows a merchant being fined for selling counterfeit mouse bone powder. Apparently, he was using regular old chicken bones instead. The court record even mentions the official mouse bone tester who caught him. Now that's a job title you won't find today. The rich folks had their own special dental routines. A noble household's account book from 1374 lists regular purchases of exotic spices just for tooth cleaning. Cloves, mint, and cinnamon weren't just for cooking. They were ground up into tooth powders for the wealthy. The irony? These spices actually do have natural antibacterial properties. Too bad the sugar they also loved pretty much canceled out any benefits. One noble's personal physician wrote extensively about trying to convince his patron to stop eating sugared almonds while spending a fortune on tooth cleaning spices. Salt was another popular teeth cleaning agent, though medieval people tended to mix it with some questionable ingredients. One medical text recommended mixing salt with ground charcoal and sage. Not too bad, actually. But another suggested mixing it with dried powdered frog legs. The idea was that since frogs could live in both water and on land, this would somehow make teeth stronger. Medieval logic at its finest. Archaeological digs have actually found small containers with traces of these mixtures, proving that people really did use these bizarre recipes. The most sophisticated dental care happened in monasteries. Monks kept detailed records of their dental practices, including a fascinating tooth cleaning calendar that specified different cleaning methods for different seasons. Winter called for warming spices like cinnamon, while summer used cooling herbs like mint. One monastery's expense records show they spent as much on dental herbs as they did on wine, and medieval monks really loved their wine. They even developed special prayers to say while cleaning their teeth, believing that spiritual and physical cleanliness went hand in hand. But perhaps the most creative dental innovation was the medieval equivalent of whitening strips. Wealthy people would rub their teeth with a mixture of sage, salt, and rose water, then wrap their teeth in small pieces of linen overnight. A noblewoman's letter from 1392 complains about waking up nearly choking on her tooth cloves. Some things about beauty routines never change. Recent analysis of preserved linens from this period has found traces of herbs and minerals consistent with these tooth whitening treatments. Speaking of fresh breath, vinegar played a huge role in medieval dental care. People would gargle with herb-infused vinegar to freshen their breath. A popular saying went, "Vinegar in the morning keeps the tooth drawer away." Their version of "an apple a day keeps the doctor away." Archaeological analysis of medieval vinegar pots found traces of mint, thyme, and other herbs that actually do have breath-freshening properties. Some communities even had special vinegar brewers who specialized in making dental rinses. And if you thought medieval dental care was strange, wait until you hear about their creative ways of masking body odor. Before deodorant and perfume existed, medieval people had to get creative with smells. Herbs, vinegar, and those weird little pomander balls weren't just fashion statements. They were serious business in the fight against body odor. Vinegar was the medieval equivalent of Febreze. People would mix it with crushed herbs like lavender, rosemary, and thyme to create a body spray. A Merchant's Guide from 1367 lists different vinegar recipes for different social classes. The fancy ones included exotic spices like cinnamon and clove, while the budget version was just plain vinegar with whatever local herbs you could find. One town record mentions a guy who made such terrible-smelling vinegar spray that his neighbors took him to court. The judge apparently had to smell multiple vinegar samples as evidence. Definitely not a job perk anyone asked for. Sachets filled with dried herbs were everywhere in medieval homes. They'd stuff them in clothes, hang them from beds, and even sew them into their underwear. A noblewoman's household book from 1382 includes detailed instructions for making these sachets, warning that using the wrong combination could make a person smell like a sick goat rather than a garden. Archaeological digs have found hundreds of these little bags, still containing traces of the herbs used, medieval air fresheners preserved in time. Some sachets were so well preserved that scientists could actually recreate the scent combinations. The most interesting medieval invention for fighting smells was the pomander. These were basically medieval perfume balls, often made from metal and filled with strong-smelling spices. Rich people would carry them around on chains, holding them up to their noses when they encountered something stinky, which was pretty often in medieval times. One court record describes a nobleman who had such a huge pomander that he kept bumping into people with it. Medieval problems require medieval solutions. Another account mentions a lady who lost her gold pomander in a pigsty. Talk about adding insult to injury. But it wasn't just about smelling nice. Medieval people believed that bad smells could actually make you sick. They thought diseases traveled through stinky air, which they called miasma. A doctor's manual from 1348 recommends carrying a pomander as protection against the plague. While their theory about disease was wrong, some of the spices they used, like clove and cinnamon, do have antibacterial properties. Talk about accidentally getting it right. Some towns even had smell regulations. No joke. There are actual medieval laws about where certain smelly activities could take place. A London document from 1371 lists fines for people caught tanning leather too close to the city center. The punishment? They had to provide herbs and spices for the public pomanders for a month. At least they had a sense of humor about their smell problems. These regulations were taken so seriously that some towns had official nose officers who would patrol the streets looking for smell violations. The really wealthy would go all out with their scent solutions. They'd have servants sprinkle herb-scented water on their floors every morning. Some even had special scent gardens where they grew nothing but fragrant plants. A castle inventory from 1395 mentions a perfume room where clothes were stored with layers of rose petals and lavender. Must be nice. Medieval peasants had to make do with hanging their clothes over smoking herb fires. Speaking of herb fires, that was another popular way to fight smells. People would throw bundles of dried herbs on their fires to make the smoke smell better. One village record mentions a dispute between neighbors over someone stealing premium smoking herbs from another's garden. The thief's defense? The other guy's herbs smelled better than his. The judge actually made them swap herb bundles to settle the argument. This apparently started a trend in the village of herb bundle trading. But perhaps the most surprising discovery by archaeologists was the smell schedule found in a monastery. The monks had different scents for different times of day, believing certain smells helped with different activities. Morning prayers energized mint and rosemary, while evening prayers used calming lavender. Modern aromatherapy would approve. The schedule was so detailed, it even specified which scents to use on different religious holidays. Now, medieval folks had some pretty creative ideas about keeping their feet clean. Well, medieval peasants often went barefoot, and surprisingly, that wasn't always a bad thing. Their approach to foot hygiene was a weird mix of practical solutions and some pretty questionable ideas about health. Going barefoot was super common among peasants, especially during warmer months. Modern podiatrists actually say this helped strengthen their feet and prevented a lot of problems we see today from constantly wearing shoes. Archaeological studies of medieval skeletons show that peasants often had healthier foot bones than nobles, Mother Nature's pedicure at work. A medical text from 1356 even praised barefoot walking as nature's way of keeping the humors balanced, though their explanation about earth spirits entering through the toes might need some updating. When they did wear shoes, medieval folks got creative about keeping their feet fresh. They'd stuff their shoes with herbs like mint, rosemary, and thyme. A cobbler's guide from 1378 actually included a section on proper shoe stuffing techniques. Apparently, there was a right and wrong way to pack herbs into your footwear. One wealthy merchant's account book shows he spent almost as much on shoe herbs as he did on the shoes themselves. The same account book mentions the merchant's wife complaining about him storing herbs meant for cooking in the same chest as his shoe herbs, a medieval storage mix-up that probably made for some interesting tasting meals. The really interesting part is how they dealt with sweaty feet in leather shoes. They'd sprinkle a mixture of dried clay and crushed herbs in their shoes to absorb moisture. Modern scientists tested this method and found it works about as well as today's powder products. A monastery's expense records show regular purchases of foot clay, medieval gold bond, if you will. The monks even had special prayers to say while applying it, because apparently even stinky feet needed spiritual guidance. But the noble folks wouldn't be caught dead using peasant remedies. They had their own fancy solutions, like silk stockings soaked in scented vinegar. A noblewoman's letter from 1392 complains about her new stockings being ruined because her servant used the wrong type of vinegar. Medieval, rich people problems. Some wealthy people even had special servants just for foot care called podesters. Yes, that was a real job title. Court records show one podester who became so well known for his foot care skills that he was kidnapped by a rival noble family. Talk about a medieval headhunting practice. Town records show some pretty wild regulations about foot hygiene. Public bathhouses had strict rules about foot washing. You had to clean your feet before entering the main bath. One town actually had a foot inspector who checked people's feet before they could enter certain buildings. A court record from 1367 mentioned someone trying to bribe this inspector with a chicken. Talk about putting your best foot forward. It's fascinating how medieval soldiers developed their own foot care routines that were surprisingly sophisticated. Army documents from 1385 list specific herbs and treatments soldiers had to carry for their feet. They knew that an army marches on its feet, not just its stomach. One military commander was famous for checking his men's feet as often as their weapons. His troops had the lowest rate of foot problems in the army, earning him the nickname the Foot Marshal. His personal diary includes detailed notes about different herb combinations for different seasons and terrains. Archaeological evidence shows medieval people even had designated areas in their homes for foot care. They'd place special stones near their doors, not just for scraping mud off shoes, but also for rubbing their bare feet clean. Scientists found these stones were often made from materials that had natural antibacterial properties. Some have been found with grooves worn into them from centuries of foot scrubbing. Analysis of these stones has revealed traces of various herbs and minerals, suggesting people might have treated the stones with special mixtures to enhance their cleaning properties. The connection between foot health and overall health wasn't lost on medieval doctors either. They believed different parts of the foot connected to different body parts, kind of like modern reflexology. A doctor's manual from 1344 includes detailed foot maps showing which toe supposedly connected to which internal organ. While their theory might have been off, they were onto something about the importance of foot care. Some of these medieval foot treatments were so effective that versions of them were still being used well into the 19th century. Speaking of keeping your foundations clean, medieval folks had some pretty creative ideas about what they wore next to their skin. Linen was the medieval version of breathable workout clothes, except people wore it all the time, not just for exercise. These undergarments were the unsung heroes of medieval hygiene, doing the dirty work of keeping outer clothes clean and absorbing all that daily sweat and grime. You couldn't just grab any old fabric for underwear back then. Linen was king because it actually has natural antibacterial properties and wicks away moisture from the skin. Medieval people figured this out through trial and error. A tailor's guide from 1362 warns against using wool for undergarments because it breeds fleas and creates unseemly itching in sensitive areas. No kidding. Recent analysis of preserved medieval linens shows they were woven in a special way that enhanced their moisture-wicking properties. The washing schedule for these linens tells us a lot about medieval cleanliness. Unlike the heavy outer garments that rarely saw soap and water, medieval folks changed and washed their linen undergarments pretty regularly. A household account book from 1375 shows weekly washing schedules for the family's linens, though the servants apparently only got clean ones every 2 weeks. Medieval job perks weren't exactly great. The same account book includes complaints about servants trying to sneak their linens into the family's wash. Rich people went all out with their underwear game. Some nobles had their linens infused with lavender and rose water before wearing. One particularly fancy nobleman's wardrobe inventory from 1388 lists 24 pairs of perfumed undershirts, medieval equivalent of designer underwear. His steward's diary complains about having to keep track of which shirts were scented with which herbs. Apparently, the lord would throw a fit if he got rose when he wanted lavender. The steward eventually created a complex color coding system using different colored threads to mark which shirt had which scent. But the really interesting part is how medieval people handled sweat. Linen shirts were designed with extra material under the arms and across the back. Medieval sweat zones were well understood. They'd even sew small herb sachets into these areas. A tailor's record from 1391 includes an order for special reinforced armpits with herb pouches for a knight's underwear. Medieval knights, they sweated just like us under all that armor. Some knights became so particular about their herb pouches that they'd travel with spare sachets to change them out during long campaigns. The poor folks got creative with their undergarment situation. They'd often wear the same linen shirt for a while, but turn it inside out halfway through the week. One church sermon from 1359 actually criticizes this practice, calling it a deception before God, though most priests probably did the same thing themselves. Some clever peasants would sew removable patches into the sweatiest parts of their shirts so they could wash just those bits. This practice became so common that some tailors started selling pre-patched shirts with extra removable pieces. Monastery records reveal some pretty strict rules about underwear. Monks were required to change their linens on specific holy days, with some monasteries even having linen inspection after morning prayers. One monastery's expense records show they spent a fortune on lavender oil for the laundry. Apparently, smelling holy was as important as being holy. A monk's diary complains about another brother who kept borrowing his clean shirts before inspection day. The monastery eventually started marking each monk's linens with special symbols to prevent this holy theft. Speaking of laundry, medieval people had special techniques just for washing linens. They'd boil them with wood ash and specific herbs depending on the season. Winter linens got warming herbs like cinnamon, while summer ones got cooling herbs like mint. Archaeological evidence from medieval laundry sites shows traces of these different herb combinations preserved in the soil. Scientists have even recreated some of these ancient laundry recipes and found they were surprisingly effective at killing bacteria. The whole business of linen undergarments was taken so seriously that some towns had professional linen inspectors who checked the quality of fabric being sold for underwear. A court record from 1382 mentions a merchant being fined for selling false linen. He'd mix cheaper fibers in with the real stuff. The punishment? He had to wear his own fake linen shirt in public for a week. Medieval justice had a sense of humor. This incident apparently inspired a popular tavern song about the itchy merchant that survived in folk records for centuries. All this work with undergarments wasn't just about staying clean. Medieval people had some clever tricks for sweating less in the first place. Nobody likes being sweaty and smelly, including medieval people. But instead of reaching for antiperspirant like we do today, they came up with some pretty creative ways to avoid sweating in the first place. The first trick was their clothing choice. Loose-fitting garments made from wool or linen weren't just a fashion statement, they were medieval air conditioning. These natural fibers actually helped regulate body temperature way better than the tight clothes people wore in later centuries. A tailor's guide from 1366 includes specific instructions for leaving breathing room in summer clothes. One noble's account book shows he ordered his summer tunics 3 sizes larger than his winter ones. Medieval life hack right there. The same account book includes a complaint from his wife about him looking like he was wearing a tent. Medieval people also discovered that powdered herbs worked great for absorbing sweat. Lavender and rosemary were the medieval version of deodorant, but with a twist. They'd grind these herbs into a fine powder and dust it directly on their skin. A monastery's medical text from 1352 lists different herb combinations for different body types. Apparently, hot-natured people needed cooling herbs like mint, while cold-natured folks got warming ones like sage. The text warned that mixing these up could lead to unseemly sweating at inappropriate times. One poor monk apparently got his herbs mixed up before an important church service and ended up sweating through the entire sermon. People would strategically place herb bundles around their houses to create cool spots during summer. They figured out that certain herbs, when dampened, created a cooling effect as the water evaporated. Archaeological evidence shows special niches in medieval walls that were designed specifically for holding these herb bundles, sort of like medieval swamp coolers. Some wealthy homes even had elaborate systems of these cooling niches connected by air channels. The rich folks took sweat prevention to another level entirely. Some castles had special cooling rooms where servants would sprinkle water on herb-covered floors to create a refreshing atmosphere. A noble's household account from 1389 shows regular payments to a cooling room attendant, whose only job was maintaining the perfect temperature. The attendant even kept detailed records of which herb combinations worked best for different weather conditions. Some of these medieval cooling techniques were so effective that similar methods were still being used in fancy houses centuries later. But perhaps the most ingenious sweat prevention method was their use of vinegar. They dab it on pulse points like wrists and behind ears because they noticed it seemed to help them sweat less. Modern science confirms vinegar can actually affect body temperature regulation. One medical text recommends different vinegars for different seasons: wine vinegar for winter, apple vinegar for summer. A merchant's records show he made a fortune selling special summer vinegar to noble households. He even developed a secret recipe that he refused to write down, taking it to his grave. Town records reveal some pretty amusing regulations about sweat prevention. Some cities had rules about when people could do physical work to avoid excessive sweating in public places. A court document from 1374 mentions a baker being fined for working his ovens during the hottest part of the day, creating unseemly amounts of sweat that offended the marketplace. Medieval workplace regulations were no joke. The same town later built special ventilated bakeries with herb-lined walls to help control the heat. The most surprising discovery comes from monastic records about sweat management during religious services. Monks would position themselves in church based on their tendency to sweat. The heavier sweaters got spots near the windows. One monastery's seating chart actually marks certain spots as cooling stations. A monk's diary complains about being moved to the sweaty section as punishment for falling asleep during prayers. The monastery eventually installed special herb-filled cushions on these hot seats to help control the problem. Scientists studying medieval clothing have found evidence of clever ventilation systems built into formal garments. They'd sew tiny holes in strategic places hidden under decorative elements. One preserved nobleman's tunic had a complex system of hidden vents that would put modern sportswear to shame. The design was so effective that some modern historians think medieval people might have been more comfortable in their fancy clothes than we previously thought. From bathing in rivers to preventing sweat, medieval people may not have had our modern soaps and deodorants, but they sure knew how to stay fresh in their own creative ways.